and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, corporate governance, corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for. There are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis. And it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It will be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organization, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view. That okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, no. We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to integrate it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they, they move up.
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the U.S. Most of these guys that are leaders in the U.S., they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amda, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why?
as much
Because I just also feel like, Nigeria, so it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some, they're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character at the end of the
true.
day.
I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that you say, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you, when I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how did you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe. I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you've talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? not just growing them because they're not working. So they cannot worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up.
Okay.
So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's we could. I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, oh, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and
True.
It goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a little questions to that. Like, how
Please
do you
go
ensure?
ahead.
Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh wow, how did you do
And
that?
it would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to like,
Explain to
okay,
her.
you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get into, you get angry and you're like, oh wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're like, you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the great resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing. But as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visio. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now.
Yeah.
We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. I could spend more time with my daughter. I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family,
time in traffic.
you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day, and I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done like differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to, like, okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I
Yeah.
cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any?
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to basically, is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenya Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenya Rwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya Just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say, let's do
Let's
it.
go.
So
Oh.
it's one of the areas I found very, but yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been it's like it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So, I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have like a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a
I
problem.
think I'll ask you behind the scene. Thank you very
No
much
problem.
for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Fumino Ajekwe.
That is not good for the government to do that anyway. That is what I felt. Because in a forest, you must have a big monkey there. Understand? In a group of people, you must have one that is bad. Not everybody is bad. If you find a school that is not capable of holding children, it is to close down that school and leave others carry on their business.
My validation on the issue of Hanifa's death is actually medicine after death. Now that the Kano state government is requesting for maybe the licenses of private school, really, but to me it should have been done in a different way. This thing should have been put in place before now. And to me as a parent, I felt the pain of the mother, like watching your child go through that pain and being murdered just like that. No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Justice should be given.
No. We cannot take justice that way, because it is the fingers that sin that should be prosecuted. And if the other schools can meet up with criteria and conditions of their services, I think they should be allowed to exist.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Was like a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of pure and applied mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve, made in the early 80s, still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as a then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUT or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, we did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that's the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a 1-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
I gave him a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class. And he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
those who have physical disabilities. They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípàánù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oye. Bàbá dàgbà wọn wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà mọ́ ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nana wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Ìyẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o. Tó yẹ pé wọ́n ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholsterer, welder, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials, tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé, torí ń ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́, ibi náà tún wà. 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀. Lórí ti environmental tó sọ, wà á rí pé ńgbà tí wọ́n náà débí láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7. A parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà. Environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́. So mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà. Ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10. Kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀. Bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí, o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí bí. Tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó, ó lè hùwà kíwà. Àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè, ẹni bá ti jalè, a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni. Àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà. Gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága. Tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀. Agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbá tòsì. Tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe. A lè dẹ́ lómi ìlẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2, ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀. N tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀. A mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn. Ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ. So ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn. Àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan. So à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára nígbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn. Kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún. Kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbọ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́. Àgbowó car park, àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pè nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pè nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́. Gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò. Lagos State wọn yé wá, wọ́n wá láti Aláùsá, wọ́n wá láti local government. Ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan. So bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó. Challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni. Tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wáyé ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà tí wọ́n ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi wẹ́n tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara. We have Mazonia. We have teak. We have Abora. We have Idigbo. We have Eku. And so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and they later do the processing and they later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. So mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán. Bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí, asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí, sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá, ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá. So wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa, àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ ò bọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o. Tó ládéhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná. Ìgbà tán ò fún wa, àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa. Wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road, àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó fi dórí omi. But bí náà ṣe ń wá, ìgbà tí Nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé, ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí NEPA fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí, ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí, gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa, a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó, gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti mú ná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn ìyẹn náà máa wò tán bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn àwọn máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wárí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ bùrú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà tí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè ò jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí ká mọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ká mọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù ká lérí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contribute to internal revenue for the country.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwo. On today's episode, we will be discussing an interesting topic, retaining your femininity as a businesswoman. Discussing this with me today is a seasoned etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. She is a certified international etiquette consultant. She is the CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. She consults with corporate organizations and offers specialized training programs. And she also teaches children at various levels and creates bespoke training sessions for individuals and groups on a variety of etiquette topics. A graduate of estate management from the University of Lagos, she received her etiquette training at Minding Manners International in London. She is a very passionate advocate of the power of etiquette and how it can be harnessed to improve the lives of individuals and ultimately transform a nation. She believes if you must do anything to make a difference in the lives of people, you must do it properly. She is Amanda Amushon. Delighted to have you on Ladies Talking Business today, Amanda.
Thank you for having me, Maureen.
And I'm looking forward to our etiquette talk today.
Same here.
Okay, so in simple terms, can you explain femininity?
Okay, I'll try and be simple.
Oh, please be simple.
I'll give you a proper definition first. So femininity, you can define that as the attributes or qualities that are regarded as characteristic of women. Okay. If I was going to put it in my own terms, in my own words, I would say femininity is the essence of a woman. Everything that makes up her composition. When you look at her attributes, you're talking about her sensitivity, her ability to be emotive. A woman is a nurturer. She's a multitasker. she's warm, she's graceful. I can go on and on. But when you talk about a woman, I just think there's just something about us that lights up a room. So in simple terms, that's the essence of a woman.
So what makes a woman a woman? So those attributes that make
Yes.
her a woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about running a business as a
Okay.
woman. Why is it important for women to retain their femininity while running a business? I know you have a lot to say here, so let's talk about it.
Okay. First of all, women are wired very differently to men.
Okay.
And when you look at the composition of a woman and some of the attributes that she possesses, you would find out that there needs to be a balance. So when you don't have the touch of a woman in business, you know, when you don't have the touch of a woman, there's a vacancy, there's a gap, there's a void, and it's almost like it's not complete. So yes, we have men in business, but we need to bring a woman's touch to whatever it is they do. So we've looked at the attributes of a woman. There's a time where you need a woman to be sensitive when it comes to making business decisions. There's a time when you need a woman's empathetic side, you know. So these things come to play. And I think what I notice is many times women feel that the attributes they have are not valuable. So what tends to happen is we abandon our values and we try and take up values that we can attribute to men. So you hear things like, oh, stay in your lane. This is a man's world, you know, that kind of thing. But the thing is, we need to begin to recognize as women the value that our attributes have and possess. So we know we bring something to the table.
Yeah, we bring the whole table.
Exactly. So if we don't take up our place, there's always going to be a void there. And I think what happens also with the woman, we don't recognize that value that we have.
But sorry to cut you short,
No,
but
that's okay.
I've heard people say, or people think, because women are emotional, they won't run a business properly.
We need to be emotional. You can't rule out who a woman is. I mean, it's just like, let me use this example. We were designed that way for a reason. So, which is why you wonder when there's so much competition with women, you know, we think we're not very nice to each other. We're like, oh, it's a woman. Oh, no, women are not nice. But if every woman recognizes that every other woman out there has the same abilities as you do, we won't have that competition. It's just, the question is, are we using those abilities?
Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Hello and welcome to Space. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural designs, interior design trends, lifestyle, and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Hello and welcome to the run-up on Plus TV Africa. I am Maureen Menong-Wezigwe, and today I don't have Adebayo Olowoke with me on the show, so I'm alone with you. Nevertheless, this show will be an amazing one. Exactly 10 days after the Supreme Court judgment mandated the use of old 1,000 Naira and 500 Naira notes as legal tender till December 31st of 2023, that's the end of this year, the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele on Monday bowed to pressure and officially ordered commercial banks to comply with the court verdict. He also announced that the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes will remain legal tender till the end of the year. The development has put an end to the confusion over the legality of the old Naira notes. The action is also expected to ameliorate the suffering of Nigerians who have faced severe hardships over the scarcity of the new Naira notes amid the controversial ban on the old notes. Now, today we'll be discussing the CBN pronouncement on the 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira as legal tender. We'll go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be joined by our guest to discuss this. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's the run-up on Plus TV Africa. In apparent reaction to public unease over the federal government's long silence and delayed response to the March 3rd Supreme Court ruling on the currency redesign, the presidency yesterday said the CBN did not need a further directive from the president, Muhammadu Buhari, to comply with the Apex Court's order. Well, joining us to discuss this is Vincent Estian. He's a legal practitioner. Hello, Vincent.
Yeah, good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. Yes, and along the line, in the course of this discussion, we hope to be joined by Tunji Andrews, who is an economist, so that we'll be able to balance this up. However, as we wait for Tunji to join us, Vincent, well, I'm going to quote from, I'm going to take an excerpt from a statement issued yesterday by the Acting Director, Corporate Communications, Issa Abdulmumin, that's of the Central Bank of Nigeria, so that we can begin to dissect this piece by piece. Well, the statement, part of it read, in compliance with the established tradition of obedience to court orders and sustenance of the rule of law principle that characterized the government of President Major General Muhammad Buhari retired, and by extension the operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria as a regulator, deposit money banks operating in Nigeria have been directed to comply with the Supreme Court ruling of March 3rd, 2023. So I'm going to start, Vincent, by asking you, just how obedient has the CBN been to court orders in this administration?
In this administration, has the CBN really been involved in legal matters? I think it's come up basically in regards to the currency exchange program. It's been an unfortunate scenario that has happened, especially in view of the hardship that has been wrought on innocent citizens. Very, very many pathetic stories have happened and I've seen. Thankfully, that has come to an end by that statement by the CBN. And that statement actually was a follow-up to a statement that came from the media advisor of the president that said that the CBN doesn't need further directives because the president is well known for his obedience to court orders, legitimate court orders, and court orders that are not disputed. You know, because people have to make a distinction between a court order that is an appeal, that is appealed, you know. But once the Supreme Court makes a ruling, and that's the final, that's the apex court in our jurisdiction, there's actually no need for anybody to second guess what the step of the president would be. And that's what the statement of the presidency said. So clearly, maybe the CBN was waiting for some directive. I don't think that was necessary. And the president came out to clarify that the CBN has complied. Thankfully, it's the compliance, that statement will be followed by steps to ensure that we start to ease off this choke on the economy that has unfortunately involved this policy.
Well, Justice, according to a judgment delivered by Justice Emmanuel Ajim, the president did breach the Constitution in the manner he issued the directives for the Naira notes. Please comment on this.
Well, I saw that aspect of the judgment, and there's some elements in that judgment that you could subscribe to, because clearly the initial ruling of the Supreme Court on the 8th was that the old and new note denominations should be allowed to run until pending determination of the suit before it. So there was a decision by the president to say that he had allowed the 200 notes, and he didn't really mention the other notes. So maybe there wasn't full compliance with the reserved ruling of the Supreme Court in that. Thankfully, that has been corrected.
All right, well, still staying with statements from the Justice Emmanuel Ajim, because this is something that borders on obedience to the judiciary, you know, and the deepening of our democracy. And so in further statements from this same justice, I'm going to quote, "The rule of law upon which our democratic governance is founded becomes illusionary if the president of the country or any authority or person refuses to obey the orders of the court. The disobedience of the orders of courts by the president in a constitutional democracy as ours is a sign of the failure of the Constitution, and that democratic governance has become a mere pretension and is now replaced by autocracy or dictatorship." How do we deepen our democracy if the apex court is now being seen as a toothless bulldog?
Well, I wouldn't really say that we've got to that point. There are processes to even implement rulings, and government has their processes. I'd like to say that those processes have come to fruition now. The government has complied fully with the ruling of the Supreme Court.
10 days after.
Clearly, the ruling as pronounced by the justice made some strong statements, and to reinforce the fact that the judiciary should be supreme, the law should be supreme, the constitution should be supreme, and that's the foundation of democracy. So I'm happy that the president and the CBN have fallen in line with the judgment of the Supreme Court. I think that we should move forward from there and probably learn from this experience and ensure that this only strengthens our democracy. I don't think there's any need to keep blame. It's not going to help. I think what we need to do is ensure that we move to a situation where we start to ameliorate the pains that have been brought upon our citizens by this policy. Indeed, it has brought some pains, in spite of what I think are the noble intentions. And maybe there are some gains as well. But, at the end of the day, I think the government is about the best good for the people. So hopefully we can get to that stage.
Yeah, you're saying move on from there, but you see, ordinary Nigerians like us, who are not lawyers like you, we do get worried when it does appear. Even the NBA has spoken and warned. Matter of fact, the NBA president, Yakubu Mikel, SAN, spoke on this matter, and he warned that the bar would resist any action undermining the rule of law, constitution, and democracy in the country. Now, this delay has also led to labor, the organized labor, threatening and giving the federal government 7 days ultimatum to fix all of this mess caused by this Naira redesign. So this is a very serious issue, with borders on our constitution and our democracy.
Yeah, these are serious issues. I mean, the NBA spoke, the labor made, and definitely we didn't want to finish off the second elections and head into a national strike. But thankfully, all this has been averted. To me, I think our democracy still has a core that we have to look back and learn from our experiences, and this is just one of them. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, the Constitution has been respected. The authority of the Supreme Court, which is the apex court and the final arbiter in our judicial system, has been consolidated, and the executive has ensured that there will be full compliance with the ruling of the Supreme Court. And this is actually a precedent that will be laid for future governments to understand. The delay is unfortunate. The non-immediate compliance is unfortunate. But I think where we are now is that there's full compliance, in effect, by the statement by the CBN. I think we should move forward from there. That's my advice.
All right. Some would say that the purpose for all of this Naira redesign policy may have been defeated, because the politicians did have access to this money from what we saw. They had access to this money. Nigerians suffered. The unbanked Nigerians suffered. Those who do not have access to the internet, or who could not use the internet to transact with the banks, they all suffered. We saw all of it on social media. And even as you went around the street yourself, you saw Nigerians suffering from all of this. So it will look like the purpose has been defeated.
Well, it's for CBN to define what the exact purpose of that policy was. CBN is usually strictly to confine itself to monetary policy. And clearly, management of currency is one of the areas that falls within the ambit of monetary policy. So they actually have the authority to regulate monetary policy, currency, and this is one of the things. But a lot of things came out in the course of this that seemed to indicate that they were stepping beyond their core focus, not their mandate, their focus. Because you can use currency to control a lot of things, but clearly the most important thing is inflation. The most important thing is probably exchange rate. Money supply deals with all this, and they have to look at how much of that has been achieved by this policy. Because unfortunately, I think some initial preparatory groundwork was not laid, because clearly there's a push to move Nigerians towards cashless, and which I support. I totally agree. But I think the infrastructure to move the number of people and the volume was not there in the first place, and that's why you found out that even the digital transactions went on choke. Because the capacity must be ready. So I think CBN needs to look back. The policy itself is not bad, but the methodology of implementing the policy has to be looked again. And this 6 months actually gives the CBN, the policy has not been scrapped, really. I mean, the new Naira notes are still valid, they've already been issued. So what the CBN has done is wisdom, which everybody agrees, is that they've given CBN more time and a larger window in which to implement this policy. And hopefully they'll take advantage of it and cure some of the fears and concerns that people had, that there were some ulterior motives, which also affected the reception of the policy and the perception of the policy itself, which was not necessary, in my own view.
Yeah, it actually has thrown up so many things, which is the fact that we have so many of our people still unbanked in the villages, in the rural areas. Also, it did throw up the fact that the digital payment solutions, it still has lots of challenges that the banks should look into.
Clearly, but for me, the key thing is it's also that challenge is also an opportunity. So I'm expecting the fintech sector in Nigeria, which is very dynamic, to take advantage of that opportunity. It's an opportunity, and it's something that I'm sure will happen almost simultaneously. I think that the fintech sector should step into that and try to fill that space, expand the infrastructure, and then we will get there. One of the things that happened that expected to have been done was CBN licensed the GSM companies as we had the MOMO, which is already been done, but those things hadn't been deepened before this policy came in. So I think the fintech sector needs to expand that digital space, because a lot of Nigerians are actually on the internet more, and our internet penetration has actually been deepened all over the country. But the culture is also the second part. You don't just migrate people from cash to cashless without assessing the cultural factor. How much of preparation did you make for people, like you said, the rural population who are used to cash, the market women? That's where we had this choke, really. And even transportation systems. Why are we majorly paying cash to get on board our transportation and our buses? That's not necessary. So, I mean, the necessary steps, the practical steps that need to have been done before this policy was rolled out were not done. And that's why we had the choke. People can't get to work because they can't get on a bus and they don't have cash to pay, and they have money. They have money in their accounts, but they don't just have it in their hands. So it's something that CBN needs to go back and reflect upon. Like I said, the policy itself is a good one, but it's something that needs to be done with a lot of deep thinking, and not so that people don't have the impression that you're trying to achieve some kind of agenda.
Yeah, the CBN no doubt has its work cut out for it. One of the things that this also threw up is the issue of how much monitoring goes on in the banking sector. How much of a grip does the CBN have on the commercial banks? Because we did see at the initial phase of all of this, the DSS got into some banks and saw that they were hoarding money. They were hoarding money that the CBN supposedly had given for them to disperse to Nigerians.
Adequate numbers of the new currency were pushed into the money supply system, and that created a scarcity, and that creates an arbitrage. People are taking the banks, not just the banks, even when the POS step into the bank, they sent me the account opening forms, and I filled it online, and the account is open. So, of course, there are online banks in Nigeria. So, what we need to right deliberate effort to help understand that the money get to the point where, Nigeria is the only country that I've been to around. So about.
It would appear that you're sharing the opinions of some who argue
interventions, CBN-led interventions in many sectors of the economy, which have been more direct than usual. But I actually support some of those interventions that have been made to spur production. Especially in the agricultural sector. We've seen that in the loans that have been pushed down in the agricultural sector, and they've had some impact in terms of agricultural production. So I support that. There are some that are very radical, like CBN leading the banks to get involved in the movies. National theatre has been done. CBN, that's radical. But provided it is supporting production of goods, and we are willing to think out this particular policy. Hopefully, we'll do that and get it right. Again, it needs to ensure that it's working in sync with the fiscal authorities. I think sometimes he was played in that space as well. So hopefully, there's still time. But anyway, the new government is coming in. Hopefully, they will.
All right, you are what? Vincent Asian, a legal practitioner, with me taking a look at this. Vincent.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Yeah. So it's a good thing that the CBN has finally bowed to pressure 10 days after the judgment by the CBN and 10 days after Nigerians have been in the limbo, in the dark, wondering what next? What next? Should we use this money? Should we not use this money? The president has not spoken. The CBN has not spoken. So finally, all those doubts are put to rest. But we have to also project and look forward to the future, because I'm looking at January 2024 at this point and wondering, by the time this judgment, which has said that these old notes remain legal tender to the 31st of this year, what happens in January of 2024? How confident will Nigerians be that when we get to that, we'll not be back, history will not repeat itself?
Well, like I said, 6 months it's not such a long time, but I think there's some things that need to be done. I keep emphasizing the cultural aspect of it and the social aspect. A lot of education needs to be done. We have agencies, Nigeria Orientation Agency, push this information out there, that we are slowly and certainly migrating to cashless. So let's have that. CBNC has an element of control. I mean, and I'm saying it because it depends again. They have the power to control the money supply and determine the quantum of money that's in the system. So even in a situation where they are obeying the Supreme Court judgment. So what I'm saying is that the move towards cashless is a certainty. In 6 months, what happens? In 6 months, they could very well decide that by then the old currency may continue to run. They have the mechanism to slowly take it out, which is what a lot of people were advocating. It was a sudden shock. It was a sudden shock treatment that actually brought us to the point where we are in terms of the pains that have been inflicted. So what can be done by January is, again, hopefully a new administration is coming into place, maybe with a new, they have to factor that as well, that they will have their own policies, and that's also the candidate of my party. So we will have our own programs and approach to dealing with this, and just definitely will have a positive impact on the money supply situation. But for now, in obedience to CBN ruling, we should just ensure that the old and new currencies continue to run concurrently, so that we can relieve communities who are trading, who are buying cattle and cow agriculture produce. We don't see that secular. It's available to you and me. So there needs to be pushed down to different segments of society that this is a new policy, and that will take some time. But hopefully, that's one of the things that CBN should be doing immediately, ensuring that this new secular and the new position of the bank penetrates to all the different sectors of the economy, so that we can relieve this chokehold, because really it's killing the economy in many ways. The additional cost of just getting money, naira. Now you're not dealing with foreign currency, yes. Naira. The additional cost of getting naira is just unnecessary, and it's really unbearable.
Yeah, the additional cost of getting naira. I mean, Nigerians saw a lot this period, having to buy the naira with naira. We also saw goods wasting at the major markets because no transportation, there was no mobilization. A lot of things just went wrong with this whole thing because of the way it was implemented. And as you have said, and most Nigerians, well, some Nigerians do agree with you, that this is a fantastic policy. It's just the implementation. The implementation is the problem. Now, we are wondering, because the CBN, no doubt, mopped up a lot of expired, so to speak. We saw videos that just made you wonder what is wrong with Nigerians. Well, some Nigerians. Why would people pile up such huge amount of money and allow them to waste when they have poor people around them?
Well, clearly there's illicit money. There's illicit money, and that's is in every economy. And another part of this policy that people don't understand is that there is actually black money. There's counterfeiting, and counterfeiting has even started of the new currency. And people don't. There's no clear figure on the volume of counterfeit currency in the economy. And counterfeit currency also adds to inflation. So the policy, for me, one of the winning points of that policy would have been that currency counterfeiting would have been countered, because some people are practically printing money in this country. So again, hopefully all those monies, like you talked about, the one that was in bags and all that, won't come back to the system. They're not in good condition anyway, and they'll be turned in. And again, CBN does have the power to regulate how much is going to put back, because clearly they have an intent. They are determined, and that was a statement. They are determined to ensure that we move towards less cash. It's just that they need to ensure, in conjunction with the banks, in conjunction with the fintech community, ensure that the infrastructure is there to accommodate the people who are going to move. Already, there has been a 40-something% increase in digital transactions. That should not reduce, in my own view, because we've borne a lot of pain. So there must be some gain from this policy. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that should not reduce. As a matter of fact, that should grow. But again, we need to onboard more people on that, and that takes education, that takes penetration messaging.
The National Orientation Agency would definitely need to work with the CBN to send the message.
We didn't see them. You didn't see them throughout this. So that's one of the mandates. That's some of the things that need to be done. And that's why I say, and I don't actually blame them, because it seemed that CBN executed this policy in silence. They didn't carry anybody. The finance minister didn't even know about it. Which was
at the beginning she did say she was not aware.
So how can you carry people along when you don't do the necessary groundwork? So I think that's what CBN needs to do. I mean, we are not running a voodoo economy. I mean, nothing's going to be kept secret. It's money anyway. Whatever you're doing about monetary policy, you have to bring it out, because people who run the economy. So I think that unless there's a different agenda, which a lot of people subscribe to, that can't work anyway. They need to get people involved, get people buying in this policy. It's not a wrong policy, it's just the implementation of the policy that led us to where we are.
All right, one of the things, the challenges that this threw up was the issue, well, I've mentioned that earlier, the challenge of the digital payment solutions. And so I want to ask you, what legal redress do Nigerians have? Nigerians whose transactions failed but did not get the necessary reversal of such payments that failed in real time. And some still, as we speak, weeks after their transactions failed, they still did not get their monies reversed to them. What legal redress do they have?
No, clearly, that's legally enforceable right. It's your money. It's your money. If you put your money in a bank, you're entitled to get it. If you transfer money to somebody and the money doesn't, through the banking platform, and the money doesn't deliver, and it's not at the other end, and it's not at your end, I mean, well, it's something that you can enforce. But you see, what happened was that, and I have a lot of situations with this that I'm dealing with right now. I have people who have issues with the bank. But the first point is that because of the way the policy was implemented, a lot of people couldn't even get into the bank. The banks themselves were overstretched. I mean, banks were trying to control the people who are trying to get in, because everybody was in the bank at the same time. So, I mean, those kind of issues now went to the background, because you can't even get to the customer service. You don't even try going to customer service, because those are customer service issues. So I think that the policy itself overburdened the banks, stretched their capacity to deal with these issues. Hopefully, as they ease off, then these issues can be resolved. And where people have had money missing, they can sue. I have a case that I'm actually dealing with one of my staff whose money was withdrawn, ATM issues and all that. But the point is that you can't even get into the bank in the first place, because the banks are overstretched. Hopefully, we will ease off the chokehold on the financial system, and the people can resolve these issues. It's like, again, it's a matter of digital. The money may be hanging. The infrastructure itself wasn't ready to accommodate the volume of transactions that came on board at the same time. So you found out that most times transactions, and I advise people that you do your transactions
Give us more information again, if you will, about the rights of bank customers with regards to the reversal of their money. There is supposed to be a 24-hour time within which their money should have gotten back to them, right?
Yes, ordinarily, that's what they say, but there are some instances. I have one till today, and I haven't had a reversal. I just can't afford to go to the bank because I can't afford to go in there and I see the whole banking all crowded, and I'm trying to explain what happened to my, I think it was how much, 15,000 or something. So what I'm saying is that they tell you, and ordinarily that's what happens, it reverses. Now, if it doesn't reverse, then the banks have a mechanism in which they deal within the interbanking system and of course, if it doesn't get back to you, you can sue. You can sue legally. Even my daughter has a situation with the bank as well. So these are enforceable because your money cannot get lost in a bank. Your money inside a bank is not supposed to get lost. That's why you take it there. Or else why would you keep it? You will keep it at home. Once your money is in a bank, it's supposed to be secure. And so anything that happens while your money is within the banking system, the liabilities of the bank, so you can sue.
Mm-hmm. You can sue. Nigerians
Sure.
have it. You can sue. I'm sure many Nigerians who didn't know will be very happy to hear that they can sue. You can sue your bank for not reversing your money that was supposed to have been reversed as a result of failed transactions. Vincent Asian, thank you so much for your time and insights on this very issue that every Nigerian is very concerned about. So finally, the confusion over the legality of the old Naira notes is over. Let's hope that this week, before this week ends, that things would have normalized. Your final words before we go.
I think it's going to take time. It's still the call of the CBN on how quickly. Clearly, they also have their own mechanisms. How much of the old nairas they're going to release back into the system, and they should concurrently be printing the new notes as well. Because I don't think we're going to have a reversal on that policy. I would actually, if I were to advise, focus more on the lower bills, and that's something that can be done. But as for the fact that the currencies are legal tender, that has been determined by the Supreme Court. All the currencies, 200, 500, and 1,000 remain legal tender. And the CBN has the capacity and has the instruments to determine how they manage money supply. But they should do it in such a way that we are out of the chokehold in which the economy has been put for the last 1 month. It's really unfortunate. And a lot of people have already suffered. There was an incident, I have to say this, really. There was a man who told a story about his daughter who was involved in the unfortunate train bus accident in Lagos.
Oh my
And
goodness.
he said that the only reason why his daughter was on that bus was because she didn't have cash.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I have to say this, Maureen, and it brought tears to my eyes. And this, unfortunately, this policy reversal has probably come too late. Wow.
Just yesterday, I heard of someone who trekked to work because he didn't have cash for transportation.
Yes.
And by the time he got to the office,
I
he
deal with that all the time.
slumped and died.
Yeah, I have people with, I deal with that all the time. But the case of that man, I have to say, because he said that's it. That the only reason why she was on the bus was she didn't have cash. So she took a staff bus, otherwise she'd be safe. That's what happened.
Very sad, very sad. Oh, Vincent Asian, thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Many thanks for watching. I am Maureen Menonwezigwe. Do have a good day.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization.
The simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us.
What led you to the good old days?
I realized that they lack sense of history. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Saturday at 8:30 p.m.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require, are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to
Another combination that can give you enough energy for the day, you can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of, so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then you water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well, when you take in fruits. Your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly when you take enough fruit. You have a very glowing skin when you take fruits. You have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Good afternoon. I am Destiny Momor, and this is the news update. The Central Bank of Nigeria says old 200 naira, 500 naira, 1,000 naira banknotes remain legal tender till December 31, 2023. The Apex Bank's acting director of corporate communications, Issa Abdul Mumin, disclosed these in a statement on Monday. And this is coming 10 days after the Supreme Court ruled that old naira notes should coexist with new ones till the end of the year. The highest court of the land had on March 3 ordered that old 200 naira, 500 naira and 1,000 naira notes should be used. And following the compliance of the Central Bank of Nigeria on the Supreme Court's ruling validating the old naira notes, Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawale says citizens can now heave a sigh of relief as more cash is expected in circulation. On Monday, the Apex Bank asked money deposit banks to dispense and accept old naira notes until December 31, as stipulated by the Apex Court. And Governor Matawale, in a swift response, described the CBN's directive as a victory for Nigerians. In a statement by his spokesman, Zailani Bapa, the governor maintained that the suit instituted against the naira redesign policy by some state governments is for the good of the country's microeconomy and the well-being of the average Nigerian. Meanwhile, the legal team of the Labour Party, headed by Levi Ozorko, has met with officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. The presidential flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, had said in an interview with correspondents that he was uninterested in challenging the outcome of the election. But in the process leading to the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress as the president-elect, the Court of Appeal had granted leave to Obi to have access to all the sensitive materials used by INEC for the election. On Saturday, however, the Labour Party accused INEC of refusing Obi's lawyers access to the materials despite the court's ruling.
We have not received any electoral document from INEC that will enable us to file petition on behalf of our clients. And as you all know, election petition is time sensitive. We have 21 days to file petition on behalf of our clients. Out of that 21 days, we probably have about 10 days to go. And up till now, we have not received any document. Less than 10 days. We have written to INEC requesting for the documents. Apart from that, the Court of Appeal made an order on the 3rd of March, ordering INEC to release those documents to us, but we haven't received any. Hence, we requested for a meeting with the chairman of INEC, and he graciously granted us that audience within a very short notice. And he has given us assurance, concrete assurance on record, that all documents we require will be made available. And if possible, some of them will be made available to us today. So, and we believe that that will happen. And we are living here, rest assured that, out of this hall, by the time we leave INEC premises, that the documents, at least we leave with some documents. And the rest could then come from tomorrow, next, and so on.
Meanwhile, Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the commission has nothing to hide from the Labour Party. And speaking during a meeting with the legal team of the Labour Party on Monday, the INEC chairman said the commission would make available any document the party requests. The Labour Party legal team of the party was having a meeting with officials of INEC over the request to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. And Yakubu told the legal team that materials at the commission's headquarters would be provided.
I want to assure you that the commission will not hide any document from anybody and will make any document that they have requested. There are two categories of documents. Those that are in possession of the headquarters of INEC will easily make these documents available to you, specifically the EC8Ds from the states and the ECDA, which is the collation at the National Collation Center by the Commission itself, the ECE, the declaration, so meaning a total of, I think, 39 documents. This we can easily certify and give you almost immediately. As for other documents that we are asking for, they are scheduled. So we need to work out the schedule so that we know when your team is going to which state and on which date, so that we can easily facilitate not just certification of documents, but also the inspection that you requested for. I want to assure you that.
And still on the legal team of Labour Party, candidate for March 18 governorship election in Lagos State, Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, has said its client remains the party's authentic flag bearer in the state. And Mr. Olagbede Benson, the lead counsel of Rhodes Vival, told newsmen on Monday in Lagos that the 3 court cases instituted against its client's candidacy recently had been struck out. Benson, who led 2 other lawyers, Uchechukwu Ani and Kemi Afesojaye, in a briefing, noted that claims by the former Labour Party gubernatorial candidate and chairman in Lagos, Prince Ifagbemi Awamaridi, that he had a substantive case against Rhodes Vival is false. And Benson said the affidavit being brandished by Awamaridi as the true position of a court that he had been certified as an authentic Labour Party candidate is fake.
The appeal to the Supreme Court is basically for the Supreme Court to review whether or not the Court of Appeal can extend time for Prince Professor Fagbemi Awamaridi to appeal the decision of the Federal High Court. So it was not about the candidature of Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival. There's, as of today, as I was speaking, you can check the time. Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, by virtue of the judgment of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, remains the substantive candidate of Labour Party in this election coming up on Saturday, the 18th of March 2023.
And a former Economic and Financial Crimes Commission prosecutor Nkeruwen Anana is urging the Federal High Court in Lagos to compel the Akwa Ibom State Governor Udom Emmanuel and the Accountant General for an order to disclose to him in writing how the 13% oil derivation refunds from the federal government of Nigeria to Akwa Ibom State, internally generated revenue of Akwa Ibom State, and monthly federal allocation to Akwa Ibom State is expended under the leadership of Governor Udom Emmanuel. Anana, in a suit marked FHC/423/23, listed the state governor, the state's accountant general, and the accountant general of the federation as first to third defendants. The lawyer, who claimed he is an indigene of Akwa Ibom State, in his 35-paragraph affidavit in support of the motion, alleged that the Emmanuel administration had abandoned several projects in Akwa Ibom State. And I'm moving on to news outside Africa. Tunisia's journalists syndicate protested against a decision to prevent journalists from private and international media outlets from covering the opening session of Parliament, which resumed work Monday, after a 20-month free security services stationed in front of the doors of the Parliament only allowed state-run media representatives into the building, leaving dozens of journalists and photographers waiting outside. Parliament officials did not provide any explanation or reasons for the ban. The journalist syndicate condemned the ban in a statement, describing it as a dangerous precedent that violates rights guaranteed by the Constitution and legislation and the right to know and to access information. The syndicate also said that this ban opens the door to imposing blackout policies. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky Telegram channel on Tuesday showed damage in the eastern city of Kramatorsk from what he described as a Russian missile strike. We'll take a break right now.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We apologize for that little break. And continuing with the news, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's Telegram channel on Tuesday showed damage in the eastern city of Kramatorsk from what he described as a Russian missile strike. The video showed debris outside a damaged building as people walked by. And reports confirms the location as Kramatorsk from the building. And Zelensky said one person was killed and at least 3 others were injured, adding that 6 buildings were damaged. And I'm moving on to business news. In the quest for improved revenue generation in the aviation sector, the federal government, through the Ministry of Aviation, Hadi Sirkar, is looking at ways of collecting landing fees from helicopters operating in Nigerian airspace. And as the Minister of Aviation, who was represented by the Director of Human Resources at the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Norris Anozie, inaugurates the latest batch of trained helicopter monitoring officers at the international wing of the Port Harcourt International Airport in the Rivers State capital. In his opening remarks, he reiterates the resolve of the federal government to improve revenue collection of helicopter landing charges. And on entertainment news, Broderick Stephen Harvey, Sr., an American television host, producer, actor, and comedian popularly known as Steve Harvey, has aired his thoughts on how the Western world steals from Africans like Burna Boy. In a viral video, the 66-year-old veteran media mogul and TV host stated that African remains the source of all other blackness in the world. And according to Harvey, there is a lot of misinformation about Africa, and the only way out for other people to the world, especially black Americans, can know better is by visiting the motherland to see things firsthand. And speaking about Nigerian Grammy Award winning act Burna Boy, Harvey clearly stated that the notion that the singer stole from America is wrong, as the case is the total opposite. Harvey must have been addressing the propaganda of Americans claiming they inspired the buzzing Afrobeats, of which Burna Boy is a poster boy, made it known that Africans are the beat, rhythm, and soul, going on to claim that it is Americans that have stolen all these qualities from Africa. And in sports news, President Muhammadu Buhari has extended condolences to the family of Ismaila Mabo, a former coach of the Super Falcons who died in the early hours of Monday morning in his residence in Jos, the capital of Plateau State, after a prolonged illness. In a statement signed by Senior Special Assistant, Media and Publicity to the President, Garba Shehu, Buhari joined the fallen coach family in mourning the loss of their husband and father, popularly known as Ismaila Mabo Nakande, a seasoned football manager, credited to have worked with the managed some of the most talented female footballers in Nigeria's football history. Regarded as the most successful Nigerian coach in women's football, Mabo led the Falcons to the quarterfinals of the 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup, their best ever outing till date. He was also coach of the side of the 2000 and 2004 Olympic Games. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. And you can also view us from Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, of making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now, we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Coronavirus, a word which became popular in our vocabulary in 2019, but scientists and medical experts tell us human coronaviruses were first identified in the mid-1960s, meaning it has existed for years, centuries even. The World Health Organization, WHO, on March 11, 2020, declared the novel coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak a global pandemic. The first known case was in China, and there were reports that the virus originated from wildlife sold at the Wuhan market. Over 6 million lives were lost to COVID all around the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the Ministry of Health confirmed its first case of the novel coronavirus on the 28th of February 2020. The aftermath of the pandemic has changed the way we live, the way we do businesses, the way we work, and the way we relate with people. There has been a good and not so good side to this pandemic, but in all, it impacted the entire world.
I think for me, and I guess for many other people, it was the hugest shock of the decade, because suddenly what you call normalcy disappears. Even the regular attempt at just moving out of your house is fiercely restrained. First, there was we had to start learning what to fear and what not to. And then for many of us, it was house arrest, whether or not you liked it. It's not what we want to hastily remember. We just know, like somebody humorously stated, that it's one of those years I didn't use, so I cannot add it to my age.
How I felt, the prevailing emotion during the pandemic, I was scared. During the pandemic, I was scared. When it first started, I was scared. I was scared because of when I turn on the television, I see the number of people who are sick, were dying. It was very scary. You know, when it first started, the fact that I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to work as I would normally do, even though I would work remotely. I couldn't go to work, I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to places, I couldn't go to church, I couldn't do anything. It just made me feel trapped.
So I think I must confess that it was one of those most rewarding eras or times for me, because I am very, very introverted. And so I'm one of those who, if I chose to stay indoors for 90 days straight, you know, I would throw mental parties. It didn't have the sort of popular impacts it did on others who were practically scared of their own shadows through that time.
COVID-19 was a global pandemic. Everybody was affected directly or indirectly. I'm not an exception. We were greatly affected, but thank God we didn't lose any life in the family. Everybody came out of it stronger and better. The COVID actually had its positive side, which I will look at as rediscovering who you are and giving the best of who you are to the society.
I'm a legal practitioner by practice. My profession is legal practice. So at that period of COVID-19, many courts were not sitting. In as much as the lockdown brought some good, it also bedeviled certain professions.
For like a month, there was a lockdown. So the economy was shut down. So it affected me. And I believe it affects everybody.
By the grace of God, I didn't run out of COVID. Even though I'm working, I work with federal government, so I didn't run out of. But notwithstanding, what about other relatives who are depending on us? We could not able to stretch out help towards them. So definitely, if it's not affecting me, it affects most of my relatives.
Then I was overseeing a school, an international school. Our salaries were not halved, we were just paid like the basic of. So it was a terrible time. It was a terrible time.
Minister of State. So we should give the people, that is why they ask people to start home.
What comment? Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I certainly saw the impact of COVID around me economically. And I think it was the first time my wife and I had to sit to say, truly, there's an immense need to be grateful to God. And it was largely because we started getting calls from those who had to live from hand to mouth, whose income was strictly daily, and if they didn't do anything daily, then lunch was, threatened, dinner was, had to go on leave and the likes.
I remember this particular woman, very distinct. She stood out among the other people. She came in and she said that she has like 3 kids or 4 kids, so I can't actually remember the number, and they haven't eaten in days.
I think one of the things I learned, or a number of things I learned during COVID, I would just list them in no particular sequence, is that I think one of the first thing is to understand your fears. There was just a cloud of fear that queried logic, even when you knew to well that this doesn't make sense, but you just have to do it. I remember standing in the queue in the pharmacy, and this guy went paranoid. You're standing too close to my child. You're standing too close to my child. And I'm a medical personnel, and I was wondering, Oga, calm down. You don't even understand what this is. And you're already paranoid. Over 6 feet and the likes of those kind of instructions that we were given. All of us had to learn and relearn health habits. I just recently, I remember being amused because I attempted sneezing and I quickly reached for my elbow and I said, how this hasn't disappeared, after almost 18 months, 20 months after that episode. So a good number of us had to learn some of the things that are very helpful today. We had to grow some degree of intimate familiarity with masks. A number of people who would never have used masks in their lives now, cling to them very fiercely.
I believe people would do what they are supposed to do when pushed, when pressed, even though it's the right thing. During COVID, usually you're supposed to cover your mouth, your nose when sneezing with your elbow. You're supposed to wash your hands regularly. It's something it's basic hygiene. But a lot of us didn't imbibe that. Now, post-COVID, whether or not establishments decide to maintain the culture of using a mask or continue to put a wash bowl and detergent or, liquid soap for you to wash your hand or not, your hygiene should be your priority. It just goes back to what I said earlier on, that that's what COVID has taught. Your health is very important, and hygiene is also something that you should take very seriously.
I think to expect a cure for a COVID would be to demand of nature too much. And I say that because it arrived and it met on the stage illnesses like HIV, malaria, and these, to the best of our knowledge, only have palliative options, not cure, not outright cure. So I think with every phase of humanity would come an epidemic like this that helps us reshape our perspectives.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Musayuame Saleh, and today my Monday tonics are with me. Hello, Chinalo and Diola.
Hello,
Your Monday. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
How are you doing? How was your weekend? Bogwero. Honestly, I don't know. I was not in the mood to leave my house this weekend. Like literally, I was home. I didn't go nowhere. I was not just in the mood. You know how you're just not in the mood.
Well, I wasn't in the mood either, but then I just had to be out. On Friday, I had a 40th birthday party to attend. Saturday, I was out and about. Sunday, church.
And I hear our governor was shaking hands. So it was your church. I was wondering what church was it. Governor Sanwo-Olu was shaking hands. I said, well, that's innovative. I actually like the idea
Okay.
Now it's nobody's birthright.
It's not your birthright. You know, everybody doing the work.
Exactly.
You will end the position. I mean, like, he's really putting in the work.
He is.
Now, I heard today he sent letters to the entire the entire residents of Oniru.
Yeah.
Then he or something.
May your labor.
In Yoruba.
How do you say in Yoruba? Jola.
Jola left.
I left the room.
But I mean, so it was your church. I didn't know. Chinelo, go ahead.
I wasn't there because that's not the church I went to on Sunday. I went to another church. So I just saw the messages and then I saw it on Instagram. I'm like, oh, okay. He was actually there. And it was right in front where you usually have the church greeters. So now the church has even moved to a different location now. And he was just there saying hi to everybody, smiling at people. And what the church greeters would normally do was what Governor Someone was. It was beautiful to see anyway. True. We look forward to more of that.
After the elections. It's not now.
He will come and say thank you.
I want governance that is, to, like, you understand, shows love. So you don't have to wait for an election season. See, let me tell you something. Let's wait. It's our conversation.
That is what we're talking about today. So
how are you, Diola? How was your weekend?
Oh, okay.
But it was restful. It was, it was okay. And I wasn't exactly looking forward to the week. I mean, it's all the same drama. It's exhausting. It's draining. The weather is not friendly. You know, you just want to crawl in your bed and just be and just keep drinking water. Really.
I know that feeling. Yeah. You're inside the house, you're spending money. You're outside the house, you're spending money. So, God help us. Amen. The prayer is for our streams of income to be increased. All right, so today we're discussing the gubernatorial race, right? And here's what we found as today's quote. Every citizen of this country should be guaranteed that their votes matter, that their vote is counted, and that in the voting booth, their vote has a much weight as that of any CEO, any member of Congress, or any president. I mean, this is very powerful, right? So as we all know, the gubernatorial election was extended by one more week, as announced by INEC, and as disappointing as the postponement of the governorship elections may seem, given the preparedness of Nigerians to cast their vote, the rescheduling of the elections from March 11 to March 18, 2023 would only give us more room to sensitize ourselves and prepare to cast our votes come March 18. And today we have Dan the Humorous. He'll be joining us to discuss the gubernatorial race. We'll do all of that first. Let's go on a break. When we come back from the break, we'll see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, you are still watching Ways, and Commonwealth Day 2023 also marks the 10th anniversary of the signing of the Commonwealth Charter, which was signed by Her late Royal Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on March 11, 2013. The Commonwealth flag for peace features a white dove of peace in the bottom right-hand corner of the Commonwealth flag, symbolizing the shared values and principle of the Commonwealth, including cooperation on the economic and social development, diversity, respect, friendship, and promotion of peace around the world. So, happy Commonwealth Day.
Happy
What are the
Commonwealth
benefits
Day.
of being part of a Commonwealth? Okay. the way Diolate do.
I don't know. I mean, well, maybe I don't know is not the right thing. I don't see it.
Really?
Oh, okay, maybe. I mean, if you want to go very professional or very patriotic, and they will say, okay, all the bilateral trades and all that. But I mean, to the average person on the street, I don't see it.
So you don't think there's peace?
Well, there is peace. I mean, and well, I mean, if you put it like that, there is peace, and there is peace.
Well, for me,
Within the Commonwealth?
Yeah. I think the Commonwealth nations are actually trying, to be honest, right? Because they're beginning to now embrace that whole diversity. Everybody's looking at each other and willing to have, you know, do business in quotes, you know, have people in their countries study and things like that. So,
Is it free?
in that light, well, it's not free.
Oh, that's another dimension.
Okay, so what did we find in the news?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so man laments shredded old Naira notes in viral video. I think we have this video to play. A yet to be identified man has lamented the heap of shredded old Naira notes amidst the Naira scarcity in the country. In the video shared on social media today, the voice behind the camera was just raising how old Naira notes are shredded and disposed of. And he spoke in pidgin English. He said, if you look closer, you will go see say na money. Them grind money, see money, all this one na money, then grind down.
Ew. Ew.
And here I am,
This makes
looking
me
for
so
200
sad.
naira to buy a bottle of water when I'm outside.
It's just
And
okay.
look
So,
at this.
did an individual do this?
I mean, I
or
have many questions. Because where is this?
Where is
exactly?
this place? First of all,
I wish he went ahead to tell us.
Because
where
I
it
have a
happened.
feeling that the CBN, right? What would they do with the old Naira
Old
notes?
They're gonna
if they
dispose
don't if they don't shred it? They will destroy it
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we need to know first of all where this site is located.
yes.
You know, and again,
we need to also
This is a
know
lot
is this
of
Nigeria?
money. Wow. A lot of money. A lot of money. And here we are crying, looking for cash here and there.
I can imagine. We'll have to find where the source of this is, then we can then tell maybe it was a government authority that, because again, I mean, all the notes that they are collecting, definitely they're supposed to dispose of it. I don't know if you ever watched that movie that three women working in like something that's like the CBN, where they were stealing the old damaged notes. I can't remember the name of that movie. It was such a beautiful movie to watch. How they were moving the money. I think Queen Latifah was one of them. I need to find the name of that movie. It's an old movie. An old movie. All right, so what did you find for us, Diola?
Okay, so this headline is CBN has directed banks to dispense old Naira notes, says Soludo. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo said the Central Bank of Nigeria has directed banks to dispense old Naira notes. Soludo said CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele made the disclosure to him in a phone conversation on Sunday night. Commercial banks have been directed by the CBN to dispense old currency notes and also receive same as deposits from customers. Tellers at the commercial banks are to generate the codes for deposits, and there is no limit to the number of times an individual or company can make deposit. So, I mean, this for me is just all shades of, there are no words for this, because, I mean, you're saying that if this is by the central bank, I mean, I would expect that their corporate communications department should have done a press release. I mean, in considering the agitation in the country, considering that there's a lot of news flying up and down, you don't know what is real, what is not real, you know, you would want to make sure that the people are hearing directly from you. So you have a communique, a press conference, do it loud, so it is clear to everyone. So we have a situation where somebody is saying this, another person is saying that, and you can't even verify the authenticity of it, you know. So again, I mean, last week I was speaking to a couple of people, and even up till this morning, they were very emphatic on the fact that they were not going to trade on old notes. They would not collect it. They would not spend it. So you have governors writing. I saw a press release or a letter by Governor Sanwo-Olu just before I came in now that said that people should transact business. People should go about their daily business using 200, 500, 1,000 old notes, you know. So again, governors are, it is almost as if they're all trying to be, I don't know, is it nice? Is it politically correct? I don't even know what is going on. You know, so so what happens if this story or this is not even, if CBN is still adamant on the fact that
that's why I said I'm curious to know where Chinelo's story is linked to, because if Chinelo's story is linked to that, it is, so for instance, the only person that has the audacity to do such would be a public like a CBN. So if that money is being shredded, they have no plans to take the money back. So, and again, I think Emefiele and the CBN, they should go on their official handle, Twitter, their website, post it and say this is what it is, because there's so much confusion. Too much. That Abiodun today was giving ultimatum. Sanwo-Olu has given ultimatum. Everybody has collected. Now someone was telling me that they actually went to the bank. They said no problem, they will give you old Naira note, but you cannot return it back to the bank. You know, and so I mean, it's a bit tricky because now you are living. You know, they say when two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. Citizens are the ones suffering now with this tug of war of who will. Let me see who will laugh last. You understand, between CBN and the Supreme Court and the governors, right? It is the people that are suffering because we don't even know what's happening anymore, right? So how do we even verify what to do? Because we're at loss. We don't know what to do. You know, but on the flip side. On the flip side, the queues in supermarkets are getting longer.
Oh, yeah.
But guess what? Market women are suffering. Someone sent me a picture of a poultry. The entire, what's it called, production, because the transactions that they deal with, they deal in capital. I'm just wondering, is a company, why can't you do transfers, right? You know, the other lady, there was a video of a woman, I think, selling plantain or something, that everything was just complete. I mean, people are actually suffering. People that deal with cash
they are
trade,
suffering.
You know, it's sad.
They are. Because okay, so someone was saying to me that I also raised this question. I mean, what is the issue? You have a bank account, you can transfer, and she said that so it's easy for her to transfer, but the people she's transferring to, they don't do that kind of. They're rural people because it's a farm, and they're very small scale.
So that's why I'm saying to you that, because the poultry picture that I saw, this is a big, huge farm. I'm saying to you that, see, there's a downside to all of this, and there's no doubt. But you see, even in the sense of it, because I have been in business for a very long time, and I know that part of what helped me to be able to get access to some of the fundings and all of that is because my transactions are documented through a bank statement. You understand? Most of these people, they deal in a lot of transactions, but when it comes to
documentation,
time to upscale their businesses, they can't upscale because they don't have a transaction history. So I think this is just a time to rethink. It's tough. There's no doubt about it. What I even think is people are even suffering from more is, and I wish that I can ask Sanwo-Olu, how does he plan to, what's it called, how does he plan to incorporate this cowrie system that he's doing for the trains to the buses? Okay. Do you understand? So the way you have your Oyster card, I had not been to the UK in like 7 years or how many years. I went, my card was working. I just went, I just topped it up, and I was able to go to everywhere I was going to. I mean, that's how the cowrie card should be. Do you get? So it's not just enough for us to use it for fancy trains and all of that. Let us be able to transact with the cowrie with our downfall buses. And guess what? It just helps to reduce a lot of, you know, all the fight, all the whatever, and all of it reduces it.
It even removes the Agbero.
It removes it. It just removes all those things. So if you know that you are paying taxes already to be deducted from source, then they can even trap their tax more. All the traffic that we have on the roads, we need to get those people off the road.
And their data, you know, I mean, this is just data. All this is you know.
So my story is actually very interesting. I found it very interesting. I said, wow, this is not a funny thing. So they said about another 25 Nigerian nurses face forgery charges in the US. So according to the report, that following a very high-end investigation that the Texas Board of Nursing in the United States had announced that it had charged no fewer than 75 nurses to court over issues bordering around falsification of certificates, that on the list, right, posted on the website of the board, at least 43 of those names were identified nurses of Nigerian descent or Nigerian origin. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And they had reported that 18 Nigerian nurses in the US were charged with certificate forgery. So, I mean, you see all of these things that people are doing. The reason I'm taking this story, because I know that they say, my aunt was, I have a lot of people in the nursing, and my aunt, she was a nurse, God bless her soul, until she passed. Part of what they actually look for, one of our best products outside of Nigeria are Nigerian trained nurses.
Yeah.
So it is, so I don't understand why. And the cost to go and get your nursing certificate is not a big deal. Do you understand? So the cost is not a big deal. Why? Because I remember she even started very late. She had finished, like, she didn't know what to do with her life. She was in her late 20s. She didn't know, and she just took a course in nursing, and she relocated. She married and relocated and she was doing well before she passed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, nursing is one of the easiest things to get. So why do we have to get to that point where we are forging certificates to go and work? Is it that we think that we can get away with some things?
We like shortcuts.
Ha, okay. Oh.
We like shortcuts.
On that note, if they catch you,
On your own.
you're on your own. We'll take a break now. When we come back from the break, let's discuss the gubernatorial race. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us now. The 2023 Nigerian gubernatorial election will be held for state governors in 31 out of 36 Nigerian states. All but 3 elections will be held on the 18th of March, concurrent with elections to every state house of assembly. Now, according to a news source, the postponement followed a ruling by the Court of Appeal in Abuja, sitting as the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, granting the Independent National Electoral Commission the right to reconfigure the bimodal voters accreditation system as the BVAS machine, and the commission's statement that it will need 5 working days to reconfigure the BVAS used in the 176,974 polling units where voting will take place for the elections. Now, the development provides perhaps a rare chance and privilege for INEC to execute a credible election that will be acceptable to majority of Nigerians and the international community. This time around, Nigerians expect nothing short of a free and fair election, and we're asking, who is your candidate of choice? And why do you believe that they can do the job? And as we discuss the gubernatorial race, you know what we're going to do because of our guests? We're going to focus on 2 states, Lagos and Rivers states, so that we don't talk too much. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. All right, so who is your guy? So I think, and I've said this thing several times, right? And I like the idea of what is happening in Lagos State. I think for the very first time, I believe that there's truly a race. There's truly a competition, right? It's been like in the past, Jimmy Agbaje would just sleep, wake up 4 years after. And then we see him everywhere. Then he goes back to sleep after 4 years. But for the first time, you know, given the work that what's his name? The Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu has been going round sending letters and all that. I said, okay, somebody is actually. I actually like the excitement about what's happening with the gubernatorial race. Again, and this is the coming off of the back of what happened in the presidential race, where people actually saw the number of young people coming out, first-time voters. A lot of people stayed. You know, there was just so much energy around. You know, the elections, and you know, it's now like, you know, what's it called, rubbing off on the governorship race, and that's why you can see, you know, a lot of what's it called, work going, you know, visitation, handshake at the church, you know, and all of that. But hey, that's my thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts, Diola. And
well, I mean, like you said, I really like what's going on. I like the hard work they have to put in. I like the fact that now it's not business as usual. Now, again, there is the humane side of them that we're seeing, you know, and like, you know, this popular thing all over social media now, the elections make you, it makes you humble, you know. So you actually connect with the people, you know, people who have never seen, you know, have there any opportunity to even get involved in politics. Now they're beginning to say that, oh, did you do this? People are raising concerns. There are issue-based.
And now there's a train wreck. Everybody's visiting. you know. There's just a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. That's cause for excitement, really.
Actually, how about you, Chinelo? What do you think?
What more is there to say? What more is there to say? I remember I said this thing the very first time. I was like, I love the pressure that everybody's feeling now, right? So it's not, and now the counterfeit of what people are saying that is just Governor Sanwo-Olu and then Jeremy. There's full show today. Have you read that man's biodata? He actually has something to offer. So it's not
the Dorothy man.
So it's not
but
just
the issue with the other candidates is that the pressure is not as much on with them because of, you know, see, it's still the Peter Obi effect that is, you know, that people are just, I mean, there was a governorship candidate that moved to Labour Party in Delta State. What's his name? I forget his name now. I'll recall his name, right? I mean, he's now the Labour Party candidate for government. Normally, that thing would not have happened.
It won't happen, yes.
But the reason he has the boldness to be able to move, you know, at dying minutes is because, you know, of the Peter Obi effect, you know. But let me bring in our guest, right? Daniel Chibuzo Walker, popularly known as Dan the Humorous, is a stand-up comedian, an actor, and a political satirist. Now, he is also an on-air personality, an entertainment strategist, and an idea generator. He's also a friend of the house, and he's joined us live in studio. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you, and good evening, fine ladies. Oh, it's nice to be here.
Yeah, so Dan, I mean, we've been talking, and I see you smiling and laughing. But hey, me, I like the drama that's happening. You know, me, I'm here for the drama. You know, I like the idea that the political season for the 2023 general elections is not business as usual. Every political party now sees the need to want to be empathetic, to be more connecting with the people, because again, it's like, you know what? Please, my re-election is in your hands, or my election is in your hands, and all of that. So we actually see, and we now see the human side of most of the political parties. Now, let me even bring it out, especially in Lagos, because now Lagos concerns me. You know, prior to the elections, I remember that I was privy to a few governorship debates that were being organized, you know, and, you know, it seemed like, okay, power of incumbency and all of that, you know. But hey, the governor has come out to give to give his reasons why he did not appear in any of the gubernatorial. I don't know. Go and ask me. But I'm saying to you that, you know, it just seemed like, okay, I have this in the bag. Until the February.
Woke up and smelled.
Yeah, February 25th happened, and I don't got it in the bag. So now it's almost like every single day, door to door. I mean, a friend of mine told me that the governor's wife was in her estate knocking on each door. Even when we reached out to a few political people running re-elections, House of Assembly and all of, most of them say, I can't come for any TV appearance right now. I'm going to door, I'm knocking and all of that. So, I mean, we see that happening. And it just tells me, okay, now, okay, maybe truly we have what's it called, a race. We have an election. In the past, it's just been, okay, you know, pretend like you're there, but you're not there. But now there's somebody actually giving everybody a run for their money. And I mean, we all can tell that it's the Labour Party candidate. But let me hear your thoughts on the gubernatorial race, how you're viewing it, and how things are, how you're stewing it.
Well, you've, excuse me, you've made quite, I mean, you've really said a whole lot, you know, about the whole situation. For the first time in a very long time, particularly in a state like Lagos, you're seeing an actual competition between not one party or two persons, but I mean, I see it as even a party of three persons, because prior to February 25th, Jandor had quite some momentum, you know, and he was all over in the news and all of that, you know. And then we see the GRV effect, and of course, you know, Funsho Doherty as well, even Hakeem Dixon of Accord, are also not people that you can push over necessarily. But then when you look at those who have the local spread across the wards and the units and all of that, it probably boils down to three. So it is beautiful. And this is because, in fact, the whole Peter Obi business and everything is because the reality of Nigeria's situation has hit the middle class. And it has hit the middle class real hard. Before now, you had the very rich and the very poor in their extreme conditions. And then you had the guys in the middle. So, for example, when you have those who take minimum wage, you have those who take maximum wage in billions and hundreds of millions. Then you have us who are in the medium wage, people who their maybe monthly pays between, say, 300,000 to $1 million, which was seemingly comfortable for them. All of a sudden, 1 million is not 1 million naira anymore. And then we begin to ask questions, what's going on? And then you now have people like Peter Obi and co. now speaking to those pains, right? And that is basically what we've seen play out. And I would say that for the governor of Lagos, I think personally, I feel like his PR people are really doing him more damage than good. Because see, you are, even though you're going into an election, you are the governor. You still occupy that number one office. That office comes with a lot of prestige. It comes with a lot of, you know, statesmanship. It comes with a lot of, how will I even say, like, you know, it's a big office.
I beg to disagree.
So, no, I'm coming. So, you don't do something that is out of your element. You don't do something that you normally do. If before now, in the last 3-4 years, he used to come to every church, he used to be at the malls, he used to do this and that, who can say, but we know that you've not been around. Let's even say you were busy with the presidential. It's not in your character that we know for you to appear in the malls holding ice cream. It's not in your character that the few church programs, I mean, they just did City of David building some weeks ago where he attended. He was there as a guest of honor with the vice president and Daddy Gio. You didn't see him at the back of church telling members bye-bye. You didn't see him in Ebuka's church dancing Chineke Nemema. You haven't seen him in Computer Village before, or all those places. So once you go, I felt that for a governor, you've had the opportunity to work for 4 years. All you needed to have done, or all you need to do, is remind the people. The people are angry. Oh, yes, but remind them, remind those demographics that, look, I've been here for 4 years, I did this. If you give me another chance, I'll make it better by doing this. Because, I mean, we are, how will I put it now? 2 weeks, 3 weeks, in fact, a month to election, people have already made up their minds.
So
there is nothing you can do to sway.
Let me explain something. Does this show to you that it seems, because this is the allegation, it's not me that said it, but they come for me. The allegation is that because there is no work, right? Maybe that's why this...
There's no work.
Yeah, because you said something now. You're the sitting governor. All you need to do is remind the people of the work you've done over the years. What if there was no work that was done?
Then I can't help you.
Let's take a break. Daniel is trying to run away. We'll catch him back. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us now. If you just tuned in, we're discussing the gubernatorial race, right? And we have with us Dan the Humorous. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at PlusTvAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Now, the reason I asked that question, or why I posed that to you, you know, because again, like you rightly said, I think the media team, for most of these people in government, not even just only Governor Sanwo-Olu, I don't think they do a fantastic job because, again, there are laudable projects that have been done, but it seems like nobody really pays attention. Again, so it's actually a it's a hydra-headed problem. You know why? So you can do this fantastic grand project. If it is not hitting the people that need it, like if they are not feeling it. Because I remember clearly that when Governor Fashola, you remember after his first term, when something wanted to happen, that they now told him, oh boy, arrange yourself, because if you don't arrange yourself, if this man decides to go to a different political party, you are going to lose the state. So they had to, because why? The people were with Fashola.
Absolutely.
Because they felt his governance, they felt his work.
True that.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So is it a problem of him not working, or the people, or maybe he's doing the work that is not really impacting on the people?
It's clearly, obviously, I think the way it's looking now, because, I mean, we follow the news every day. We see him do one thing or the other. We see him go to one place or the other. But with all that is happening now, it feels like, were we building castles in the air? Were we just doing things that were not really meeting the needs directly of the common man, as we put it? Because again, like if I have the opportunity, I would tell them the people that are thinking for you are a total PR disaster. You don't do this when it is not. You see, you don't go out of your element. For election cycle, the first, say, 1, 2, maybe 3 months at the start of the whistle is when you have the opportunity to, you know, sway opinions, move people to your side. When Trump said it, people thought he was joking. He said, look, I can shoot somebody now, you still vote for me, because at that time, people's minds have been made, and it doesn't matter what you do, good or bad. Some of them, if you even bring out your favorite candidates today, and you hear the war story about them, the next thing you hear is even though. Is it the first? Is it the first? Now just small drink, leave them. You understand?
You know, keep person.
You know, keep person. You know, even if you keep person, they will say, what did that person do? Where you kill him? But the thing is, so I would advise the governor, free of charge, sir, take free PR. Remind the people of your works. You've had your, because that's the power of incumbency they talk about. People think the power of incumbency is that you have state structure, you have police, you have this. No, you have other people are coming with, I want to.
You have
I will. You are coming with, I have. So that alone is an advantage. So when you are not looking into that and you are doing all kinds of things, then we have a problem in our hands.
Okay, so I have a school of thought, and it is that, like you said, that this is something he doesn't do, like it's out of his element.
Yep.
But again, I mean, religion is a powerful weapon in politics in Nigeria. You can't discard that. And it is a popular thing, whether right or wrong, that these people who are seeking for office, whether, you know, as an incumbent or a new person, would go to these religious houses. They literally beg to be endorsed by the religious, you know, leaders. It is almost like a given, because that is Nigeria. That plays a powerful role in how people decide who to vote for, you know, and in choosing their candidates. So maybe he's towing that line, and also again reminding people that, hey, I'm a Christian. It's a weapon.
Yeah, but you have
I'm willing
to
to use it.
You have to toe a line that is natural with you.
Well, I think it's
because what happens,
you know why I say so,
to shake
Dan?
people for door.
No, Dan. No,
It
wait,
is the
wait.
shaking of the door. It's not the attending of the church. Like, for example, let me even go back to Peter Obi. So, years before now, the Catholic people on the island here do unusual praise. Peter Obi is a regular attendee.
Yes, steady.
A couple of times he has been at the experience. So, and of course, at the electioneering season, you see him in a lot more. But you already know that he comes around this spot, right? So, when you do, of course, I mean, His Excellency Awolu is an MFM, you know, man. He goes to one
I
or
thought
two.
he was with him.
No, I hear it's MFM.
Okay.
You know, okay, let's say anyone. His church is, okay, for example, let's even say Professor Shibajo, right? Professor Shibajo, active pastor in RCCG. So when he was made running mate, you didn't have to talk too much about, oh, he's a pastor or he's not, because people know, even my younger sisters, you know, told me, this man had even given me communion before at Holy Ghost, this thing. You get, everybody can relate. So when they know that, for example, you know that every December, maybe for someone like me, every December, I'm in one carnival or the other. I'm in one, you know, Anambra, I'm just having a good time. And then because I'm running an election, you see me in Shiloh. When the last time, personally, Dan, speaking to you, the last time I went to Shiloh is in 2001. So I will not now, I will see, you see that my carnival base that I've been with all year, I will galvanize the best
we will just
of
consider
it.
you as an embattled member that decided to come.
What I can now do is I will have my surrogates who vibe within that circle, that they respect their opinions and everything, to speak for me there. But when you go, when last you see him for church? And the same thing to the guy who goes to church. When you now see him in carnival, this thing.
I think, you know why I say that I beg to differ. Sorry, Chinelo, I know you want to come in. I think it is in Governor Sanwo-Olu's, because I've studied him quite a bit, just a little bit, right? When the NSAS thing happened, you could tell, I think it's his response. That is his natural response to maybe anxiety. He's anxious, right? There's a lot going on. Somebody's putting him on his toes, right? So I think it's his natural response to anxiety. Yes, because again, remember when the NSAS thing happened, he was like that. He was, you know, trying. So I think he's a good man. He's a good man, yeah. The
management, they are not managing him.
Yeah, no, but hey, trust me, right? Whether we like it or not, that strategy is going to work. Because now, people that have not probably seen his wife or seen him in a while, and you know, I mean, there's just that thing that he does.
If I tell you that it will not work, will you believe?
Well, I don't know about you.
Those who have made up their mind have made up their minds.
That's true.
Because the estate he went to be knocking door is where they were living before going to government house.
Yes.
So again, you ask yourself, so I will go back to Shibajo. I was told that where he lives or was living before becoming VP, he still attends estate meeting.
Wow.
As VP. So if he was at the top of the ticket today and he's talking to his neighbors,
they will listen.
So that door we are going to knock in the estate, we will not go and ask, since they went to Marina House, what is it called? Have they been connecting with estate people? If not, estate people will open your door, shake your hand, and tell you bye-bye. When you lock and they do, you understand? People
so I get that.
Yeah, you come to church, people will clap for you. People will take selfie with you. Have you ever been near a governor before? They will take selfie with you. They will not insult you. I mean, a governor is here. We are happy, but voting wise, when they are between them and that ballot paper, are you sure that whole communication will convert to them pressing your logo?
I mean, that's what I was just going to say. So you see, like you rightly said, he's always been that man that would go to visit. Even when he was campaigning for governor in the first place, he was in the hairdressing salon, right? We saw that pic.
After then, he did go again.
So that's the thing. It now felt like there was a disconnect.
Just use me and dump me.
So that's what I think that's where people's grievances are actually coming from.
It's not only unique to Sanwo-Olu.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them.
All of them.
I love them.
All of them. But you see, the problem is that
people eating bole.
You were quiet. You were quiet for so long, and then just 1 week before now, that's what people are saying.
Not even
you are now waking up and
not even last
you are going back to back, and then you are giving us good evening, people of Lagos, good morning, dear Lagosians, good afternoon. So everybody's like, why did it have to take you this long? It means that you were just extremely comfortable that this thing is mine, it's going to come back to me. But guy, it doesn't work like that, right?
That's the way
You
it
have to
Okay,
get
but
back to
okay, I
work.
mean, you're all ladies here, and I'm sure you've had, you know, masculine relationships at one point or the other, even presently. Haven't there been sometimes that your man does something is just too good, and you're like,
what do you want?
Hold on, what have you done? What are you about to confess?
What do you want?
Sometimes he has done something bad. Before you go hear the story, take this, take that, take this. Like, okay, fine. I've forgiven you in advance. What did you do? Because this is just too much right now. You know, so I mean, that's why if, for example, you see somebody like Wike now, Wike is always dancing. Wike is always singing Yendeba, Yendeba. So if he starts doing it in campaigns,
it's natural to him. So let's move to River State, because Wike calls conferences like pure water. I don't understand. Any small thing, he has called the press.
When you have good resources.
So tell us what is happening in River State, honestly. Because I mean, in Delta, what's his name?
Bella. Omar Agege.
Omar Agege is the one that has moved to Labour Party.
No, Omar Agege is of the APC. You have Kempela.
Who is in
Kempela is in Labour.
Okay.
Then the perpetual contestant, Great Oboru, is in ABGA. And then people are saying, oh, and you were in Labour the other time. Why did you just stay? So it's not just in Lagos. We are going to see competition in everywhere. Some states where you have traditional voting. Akwa Ibom, I can't even imagine what will happen. I have my eyes on Akwa Ibom. The APC is strong, the PDP is strong, the Labour, they are pushing, the YPP, that YPP man is one not to be messed with. You know, it's going to be, in River State, it's also going to be so River State now, this is it. We had Wike. First of all, Wike rode into power based on, Amechi did this and that, he became governor, and then he, again, PR management, excellent job. They were able to, you know, magnify, make little things very big. And then they said, okay, they are going to have his candidate, relatively unknown man, civil servant all his life. And then February 25th happened. People saw their will subverted right in front of their eyes. I mean, you heard it, Peter Obi, on another TV station this morning saying, the governor worked against me. What that caused is that the obedience in River State now got angry.
And it's revenge vote. In fact, some people are saying, since you say APC, we want to obey you to the end. So this morning on social media, when Peter Obi's video was posted, when he said, I got 50-something%, some people were commenting, Oga, why are you rigging your own election with your mouth? You got 99%, you know. So you see a lot of revenge voting. Now, the issue now is they are placed within APC, Tony Cole, Beatrice Itubo of Labour. You have Dumo, strong guy from a great family as well, of Accord. You have Senator Magnus Abe of the SDP. And these are the major people against the PDP SIM. That they do not know, they have not heard. A candidate running for governor that has not gone for one radio interview. Not one. Not even this. Because again, he believes
that, but it's not done that way. Other states, the outgoing governors are practically installing them, but you're seeing them coming out. But you see the PDP campaign in River State, the governor still has the last say. When you watch the news coverage, they mention the candidate in passing and put the headline or the caption on what the governor said or didn't say on that particular rally. So you have that. So Beatrice Itubo now, they are now looking, okay, the whole Labour vibe and all of that. But then again, that's another civil servant, former NLC chairman. So all of them, Toyeko stands out based on his global exposure.
And his pedigree.
Exactly. His global exposure, his national
and he also has those celebrities in Port Harcourt trying to work for him.
And to his credit, he is the only candidate amongst all of them that has gone around the 319 wards. Not 23 local governments, 319 wards.
Wow.
Talking with the market people and everything. He's
done the work.
Yeah,
but do you think that the APC the APC will be his undoing? So for instance, what happened with Banky W
Now that is another dicey thing. So a lot of people are saying, this guy is fantastic, but wrong party. And we are saying to them that I don't understand.
I thought we were putting individuals.
Because are you telling me that you would have, if all the things you heard from Peter Obi, let's say he moved to the APC, last minute contested primaries and won Bola Tinubu and everything, you say, this nice guy that doesn't wear shoe and doesn't wear watch, but is in APC. No, you believe, because if you know the amount, are you not seeing all the corruption cases we are seeing in Labour Party? Are you not seeing, did you not hear that the Labour Party River State chairman, after all the drama he did at the Collation Center, woke up one morning and said they are supporting the PDP and all of that. So some of them have been candidates before Peter came.
Yeah, true.
You know, so how are you sure that they will even keep up to the ideals of Peter? So I tell them that, why are we doing ourselves this thing? You know, you're seeing something that is good or not good in your eye, and you want to just do the other one.
Just because
they say bite the nose to spite the face, or something like that. You know, that because political parties in Nigeria are basically vehicles. Nothing but vehicles. It's not like Republicans that you say this one believe in abortion. This one
our political parties don't have ideologies.
Exactly.
Anywhere that is more that I stand the chance to win is where I go.
So I tell them that if you have somebody that you know that he will do the work, please, by all means, do it.
I'm just hoping that the APC, what's it called, the revenge against the APC will not affect.
No, the revenge is against the PDP in Rivers State.
No. There's a global revenge against the APC.
Yeah, no. So, but it locally,
it's against Wike.
Yeah. So the thinking is this, and it's funny because so in 2015, so it's like we see history repeating itself. 3 things I will say real quick. So in 2015. Governor Mechi moved to the APC. He was expelled out of PDP. He moved to the APC. He was DG and everything. The understanding in town or in the whole state was, we will vote our brother. Good luck. But this governorship, Ikore man cannot take over from Ikore man. So we will vote for Peter's side. And then Buhari won election. And the narrative changed. You know, the political propaganda system, as you say, within PDP, Wike. It is our brother Mechi that led the charge to dislodge Good Luck. Our brother destroyed our brother. So the revenge voting
happened, yes.
Say, since you led the charge to dislodge our brother, your brother too will dislodge him. Let Ikore take over from Ikore, nothing will happen. Here we are. Today, we see a man. There was an understanding in town again that, we are all obedient. I mean, my unit, PDP, APC, party agents put in their tag inside their
They were hiding it.
And came to vote. When they are counting the vote in my unit, Labour, when they bring out PDP, the same PDP will shout, who be that now? Who be that? You get? And so there was an understanding in town that, presidency, obedient way. In fact, in my unit, they'll tell you all of us were obedient today. In 2 weeks, our quarrel will start. So the understanding was, okay, then we will reward Wike with whoever he wants to put
as
there.
PDP candidate.
Then the next thing, they now started to see America wonder. APC is winning presidency, but PDP is winning National Assembly. You know, the witch cried at night, the baby is dying in the morning. So now we are back again
to that
revenge voting.
Wow.
And one thing I've observed in Rivers history, since 1999, Governor Odili, Governor Mechi, at their exit, the people they wanted to make governors never made it as governor. So will history repeat itself? Or will history be changed?
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Incumbents don't always have the whatever.
They try.
But something just happens.
Works against the tide. So this is what we are seeing, because all of a sudden we're talking about Sanwo-Olu. Wike was not going to Igbo people, went to the market, we are sorry, everything.
He kept on apologizing.
They saw him walking on the road waving taxi, and social media is crazy. They're like, what happened to Imoto? Imoto spoiled, and all of that. So we see him also doing
exact same thing happening.
Some kind, you understand? So, I mean, this weekend is going to be interesting. I have my eyes on Delta, Lagos, and Ogun. Is another interesting place.
Do you think? I think that Abiodun
would own it again.
Well, we're based on incumbency, and I mean, if
but word on the street is that the people are also frustrated in Ogun State.
Exactly. In fact, not even if you go too far, even just around the fringes of Lagos too, you see
the border town.
Yeah, exactly. So now the ADC, funny enough, headed the candidate being supported by Senator Amosu, who is fully APC, but coming on ADC campaign, and like, you know, politicians are just doing anything they like these days. The PDP seems quiet, but I think the ADC
is a strong
and
candidate.
the APC, there's going to be serious contention. Oyo too is another interesting.
Well, I think Sheyi Makinde is taking that.
Yeah, but well, the APC.
I think so.
So now something happened, or something is happening again. When people talk about, oh, this party will support this party for presidency and this, and I remind them that in 2015 there were a lot more PDP states, PDP governed states. APC had probably only Nasarawa and Yobe.
Very few states, like, but now it has
immediately
lopsided.
And we heard from Governor Aliyu, or Senator, I don't know, did he make Senate again? Aliyu Babangida, that they, Northerners, supported Buhari, even though they were in PDP. What happened is that immediately Buhari won, almost all those states.
They moved to APC.
All those PDP people lost their relevance. So again, we saw where people like Makinde, you know, doing the whole thing, G5 and all of that.
He was a loner. And he
or
did
the
well.
G broke. So now, are we now going to, because these politicians, they're funny. They could be preaching there that, look, top is APC. We don't need any rainbow coloration here. Let's just color the broom all the way. You never can tell. So, yes, in fact, some people are of the opinion that, coming back to Governor Sanwo-Olu, that since he was following Asiwaju up and down doing presidential, that when Asiwaju finished election, Asiwaju said, come, Jide, don't you have election in 2 weeks? He said, yeah, go for your election, no, leave me alone.
No, but I think leave our governor alone. We are hoping we'll get the chance.
They should not just iron his jeans again. You see, this is the thing I'm telling you about. See, every little thing matters.
Yes.
Every little thing matters. Like, who did that?
I iron my jeans.
With ghettos.
Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of what are you saying? Hashtag where is the gubernatorial race? My dear brother and namesake Daniel made mention of an aspirant remembering people of the good works he has done for 4 years to be voted for again. But supposing he never did any good work, I hope this time people will be allowed to vote for the people of their choice and not imposing someone on the people. Democracy is supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people, but the opposite is the case in Nigeria. So good to have my namesake in the studio. I happen to be his fan. My name is Daniel Ilowe's regular fan.
Thank you, Daniel. This comment, I wish we want to read it. Let's not read that one. But thank you so much, Dan. I think we had fun discussing it. But like,
will you show me the comment later?
Yeah. So the thing is, right, I'm hoping that, you know, we're able to speak with Governor Sanwo-Olu, because it's also pertinent that, you know, that you speak across, because they've also accused me that it's also Labour Party I'm interviewing, and I keep on saying that now the person will answer us yes, now we go put for sure. But hey, I think listening to you is going to be a fun election, and I think maybe that's why they needed that 1 more week just to go wet ground, because now within this week 9 weeks begin they go market, Sanwo-Olu they go computer village. But Makinde, I've not heard any troubling news about Makinde's re-election. The only one I heard is more of Ogun State.
You know, most of those parts of Nigeria don't really invest in media.
Yeah, they don't do social media like Lagos. That is the thing that is worrying Sanwo-Olu, honestly. Our Lagosians, we are not smiling at all. Only little thing you do, they put you on social media.
And I want to say that I hope and I pray that, I mean, as a people in wanting change, we have to be we can't be emotional.
No, we can't.
We can't
we have to be strategic.
We have to be strategic.
Change has always been a strategic.
And we have to do it right. So we can't just say that, oh, because this or... Yes, we all have our personal, you know, things, but please,
let's be strategic, okay?
It will be interesting to see a turn of history in most states.
Right? I'm looking forward to Saturday.
See a turn of history.
I cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to Saturday. Well, thank you so much, Dan. I mean, it's always fun talking politics. You make it exciting for us. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Chinelo, and thank you, Adiola. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at PlusTvAfrica. You can drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Every citizen of this country should be guaranteed that their votes matters, that their vote is counted, and that in the voting booth, their vote has a much weight. as that of any CEO, any member of Congress, or any president. I think this is what we are looking forward to for the gubernatorial election, because INEC, you once failed us. Let us not have that repeat of history again. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. It's our Ladies' Night Out, as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Odesola Veronica, is suing her ex-lover for the sum of 436,370 naira, being a loan and the accumulated interest that James obtained from Fair Money with Veronica's personal data.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Veronica and James Igwe. That is all of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Veronica, you are the one that brought James to court.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Thank you, ma'am. I and James were into a relationship which we hope to lead to marriage. But definitely along the line, we have to cut the relationship. So during her courtship, he he used my details, my NIM and my BVN to obtain online loan from Fair Money. And when I noticed, I asked him, what do you want to use the money for? And the rest said he's going to pay back. So after we cut the relationship off, he decided not to pay the money. So, and these people have been on my neck. They've been calling my relatives, threatening me that they are going to ban my account. Up to now, although during the process, I was trying to see if I would be able to solve it amicable without letting it out. But due to, he hasn't even been picking my calls, responding to my messages. So I have to look for a way of him getting the money.
How much is involved?
Yes, he obtained the loan 250,000 naira, in which he accepts to pay within the range of 7 months. And he accepts with an interest rate of 72%. The money is now up to 429,000 naira.
All right. James, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, let me have a response to that.
Well, everything she said is quite correct. It's something that was done out of love, but I don't kind of like the way, maybe the semantics of what she meant. You know, how can I obtain somebody's BVN and get a loan? We were planning to get married. Everything was in progress. I've gone to their house and all these things. The parents, all of them, the family, I've known them. I've been to Ogbomoso for so many times. Now, the need for money came, and we were both together. And, you know, I couldn't borrow money at that time. I couldn't get access to loan. And then we suggested together, it was something done out of mutual consent. So this one, she's saying I got access to her BVN. How can I do that? So that's the thing. Yes, the loan was gotten, and this loan was gotten to her account. Monies which was expended by both of us, all for the good. But, you know, when the relationship crashed, I was terribly affected. For a very long time, I was just left in limbo. I couldn't focus. The reason why I had to leave Lagos to go and cool off my head and so many things. And this is something that all of us are aware. Vera and I, we are not enemies. This one she's saying she chats me. How did she chat me? Is it Facebook or WhatsApp or which one? She has access to all those things. If I want to run away and not pay this money, I'll possibly, there are so many ways I can possibly block her off. She couldn't even get access to me. But she has access to everyone that belongs to me. She talks to my father every time. She talks to them at home. And that's how it is. She should not paint any picture there as if I am a fraudster, because let me show you something. This is her ATM card. And later confess, she also has my ATM card there. Later confess and say, I have made withdrawals from this money without her consent. See, this is her ATM with her name. Access Bank here. She also has one of my... See, what is happening is just a break in transmission. Yes, I was terribly hit. And from the outset, I've always told her, look, I am so bad. I am so bad now. I left my job because I couldn't focus. And then I wandered round town. I couldn't even stay in my father's house. And she has called my parents. Everybody is on the know. How can I possibly? The brother talks to me every time. But this one, she's saying I got access to her. That's not done. It's not possible that way. The money was gotten to her account. Each time I want to make use of it, it's like I am begging. Hey, can I get 40,000? Can I get 10,000? Until the whole money finish. Can I? Yes. Later ask, later deny that that is it. I am Vera, we are like this, you know, the typical super story. But when it happened, I felt so terrible because I couldn't look at my sisters in Lagos to tell them that she doesn't exist anymore. I don't want to go into that. But later I not say I got access to her BVN and God, no, it was a mutual consent. She used her hand to access it. I had a smartphone too. I couldn't do what I needed to do. She used her hand voluntarily. So it's not by force. And I've always told her I will pay. But for a very long time, I needed to cool off. And then even to get a job, I've gotten so many jobs. It's now that I'm resuming. This, late January, I was sick. And I've all this one, she's aware. Later denied. I have told her, look, I've been sick. No, now it's difficult to accept anyway. I've been sick. I was badly broken. Everywhere I went, it's none of our business, but I would choose to pay. Yes, I was the time I told her, give me these people's number. Everybody borrows money, and I'm not going to run away. Give me these people's number. Nobody is going to go away with technology nowadays. Anybody can be tracked. How can I let you suffer for what, I said I'm going to assume? If I want to run away, I will bail out. But I did it. And so that notion that she said earlier is not well received, but that's the whole thing. So I rest my case and thank the Honorable Court for this mediation. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the issue is the contract is between her and them, not between you. So even if she gives you the phone number, they are not really disposed or entitled to listen to you. But what is at stake right now is mode of payments. How do you want to offset the loan? It was a loan?
Yeah.
How do you want to offset the loan? Because with every passing day, you know that as long as you don't offset it, the interest will keep accruing on it. So you need to arrest that.
Yes, I know. I know that very well.
It gets out of hand.
I know that very well. Yeah. So, for now, I can offset the loan bit by bit. I am now much enabled to offset these loans bit by bit. Yes, I can't pay at once, but I will offset it little by little. So, of course, I know how much the instrumental payment is, about 40-something thousand. So I can be paying that every month, starting from this month.
How much exactly?
I think 48 something. She should remember.
How much is it?
She should remember. Am I the one that...
You have to watch your language. He's ready to pay. How much is involved?
47,000.
Your ATM card is with him. He's claiming his ATM card is with you.
Yes, no,
he showed.
Did
he steal that ATM card from you?
It was.
I'm asking him.
Yes, I gave it to him because so that he can.
Were you not aware when he was taking the loan?
I was not aware. It was until I saw the alert of the money. Okay. That was when.
No problem. We're where we are right now. So how much is involved? Because you have to agree on the sum that will be offsetting from.
The plaintiff, Odesola Veronica, claims James used to be her lover, and when the going was good, James used a BVN to get a 250,000 naira loan at 72% interest rate from Fair Money. She alleges that James has refused to offset the loan after their relationships hit the rock. The defendant, James Igwe, claims that his plan was to get married to Veronica and the loan was obtained with her consent. He was assertive and it will offset the loan and the accumulated interest. He stated that the abrupt end to his love affairs with Veronica affected him terribly and he's just getting over it. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
The total money is going to pay, the total money with the interest is 436,000 naira, 370.
$370.
Yeah.
Okay. And how much is going to Fair Money?
He's going to pay 281,250 presently.
And to you?
155,120.
Now, what of the interest that accrues over time before the total sum?
Is added to it.
You've already added the interest to it. Okay, then.
The one as I due January 6 is 40,900.
No, every month. How much is it going to be paying on a monthly basis?
Every month, 47,770.
Okay.
But the outstanding loan now that it has due for payment is 87,900. It is due for payment already. Outstanding.
So there is a need for immediate payment of how much?
Of 87,000. 88,880 naira.
She's claiming that the sum of 88,880 naira is already outstanding right now. It's due for payment. So that has to be an immediate payment. Then you will pay 281,250 naira to Fair Money by installment of 47,770 naira on monthly basis.
Okay.
When that is fully paid, then you pay her 155,120 naira at the same rate on monthly basis.
Council, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, everything, I don't want any argument. We are not quarreling, and Peter and I can never fight or quarrel. She's just taking this thing otherwise. As I said earlier, I can be upsetting. I know she has used her money before now to be paying. I know she's been servicing that loan. And if she can recall, of course she do, she's not forgotten. I have always told her that no matter how much you spend, I will pay you every kobo. When I couldn't pay was because I don't have, she knows me. She didn't just know me 1 year.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
You're going to pay 88,880 to offset the loan, right? That's the one that is due right now. Because if you don't offset that immediately, interest will start accruing on that as well. But after that, you pay 281,250 naira at the rate of 47,770 on monthly basis. 88,880 naira. That's for this month. Then the 47,770 will start from next
March, yes.
From next month.
From March 3. That for another 47,000 is due.
So by 3rd of every month,
yes,
it has to be paid.
It has to be paid.
Until the total sum of 281,220 is paid to Fair Money, and 155,120,000 is paid to you too at that rate as well. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Continuing, the plaintiff, Okololise Buchi, is asking the court to compel Tokpe Akakpo to refund a sum of 600,000 naira, being the balance of 4.5 million naira deposit he paid for 2 cars that he wanted to purchase, which Tokpe was not able to deliver.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Buchi versus Augustine. Parties on the notes.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
So,
good day, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Buchi, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You brought the defendant to court. So, Buchi, can you tell us why you're here?
Okay. I gave Mr. Austin Akapo a sum of 1.9 million.
I can't hear him clearly now.
You have to speak loud.
I gave Mr. Austin Akapo a sum of 1.9 million naira on the 10th of November 2020.
Can you hear him now? Temitope?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Just speak out.
I
That's it.
paid
Speak like
into
that.
his GT account. That amount, 1.9 million, should be 70% of a particular car which he was to order for me. That was on the 10th of November 2020. Then on the 30th of December that same year, 2020, I gave him another sum, 2.6 million naira. That's for him to order a car for me. The first car was to give it to my dad, while the second one is for me. And these payments are 70% payment for both orders. And he promised to deliver by January latest. I'll get both cars. But unfortunately, he couldn't meet up to his own part. And I had to be very patient. February, March, until April, because his excuses was not really consistent. I started demanding for my money because the total sum I sent to him was 4.5 million naira. So since April last year, I've been telling him, okay, give me back this money. And he's been bringing so many excuses, and they've not been consistent over time. And I trusted him because of I was referred to him by a church member, a lady called Dora. And since he failed, I didn't see the refund. But due to several pressures here and there, he returned the sum of 3.9 million. First 3 million, then 900,000 after so many pressures. And with a balance of 600,000, I've been pursuing him since June last year. And he's been giving me so many stories about it. Precisely on the 7th of September, Mr. Austin called me himself. After I decided not to really go after him again, he called me himself and he was saying that he started apologizing and promised to start paying me bit by bit. This suggestion was from him. He called me by himself, said he'll be paying me a month, 100,000 until he clears the bills. I didn't object to it. I agreed, thinking that he will meet his own part of the deal. But up till now, nothing as regards that 600,000 has been given to me from Mr. Austin. So that's why I'm here.
Okay. Temitope.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard everything. You heard everything he said.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
That's the position, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because from your statement, that's what you wrote there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So the issue now is you have to pay him 600,000 naira.
First and foremost, Mr. Butchie, I am so sorry for the whole delays and the promises. Honestly, I was working with something. That's why I was making those promises. But unfortunately, they didn't come forth. Honestly, because I've not been sleeping because of this. I've been working back to back, and things have been amazing for me. I don't want to say otherwise. And I'm willing to pay this money and not cause any trouble, honestly speaking. So when I called him that time that I was going to pay the money and all, I was working with something. I was supposed to start an Uber driving thing. I was supposed to be driving Uber. So the person was supposed to give me the vehicle. Even after fixing the vehicle, because they give me the vehicle to fix and all of that, only for me not to hear from the person, because I told him I was getting a job. I called him myself. And all that, because I had everything planned. If I commenced the Uber business, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out as I planned and all that. From the look of things right now, as I speak, ma'am, I'm looking to start paying from, let's say, end of March, because right now I can't say anything as to what I can do now. Saying from end of March, I can start making some payments.
How much do you want to start with from March?
I know I already promised him to be paying at least the sum of 100,000 naira. And the honest truth is, when I looked at my accounting, what's coming in and out, for me, the 100,000 I won't be able to do. So I was thinking if he can please accept, maybe I pay maybe like 50 to 60 every month. Please, I am begging. Please.
That means it will take you 10 months to pay me my money.
He's pleading with you.
Your Honor,
He's
you know,
pleading.
this Mr. Allstate has promised me severally.
He's in court now, and he knows he's in court.
And I've been very patient with it.
Yes.
It's more than a year. I've been very patient to the extent I didn't call him for 4 months. And
You said so. You said
he
was
didn't
the one
even
that
call
called
me, nothing, until I was forced to come here. You know, and if he can do the 100K a month, it can be reasonable for 6 months to be able to wait. That's my position on it.
The plaintiff, Buchi, deposited a total sum of 4.5 million naira, being 70% of the price for 2 cars he wanted to purchase for himself and his father. He claims Temitope refunded a total sum of 3.9 million naira after I could not deliver the cars as promised. Temitope has not paid the remaining 600,000 naira balance till date. The defendant, Akakbo Augustine Temitope, apologizes for the disappointment and the delay in making the refund. He pleaded to offset the 600,000 naira balance in monthly installments. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Temitope, can you
Yes,
hear me?
ma'am.
He said
Yes,
he's
ma'am, I can hear you.
insisting on 100,000.
The honest truth is, I'm not trying to boast or anything. 100,000 shouldn't be a problem, ma'am. But with my current state, I won't lie.
Can I come in?
I will not.
Mr. Buchi, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on, Temitope.
Okay.
Will you mind if it's work out this way? And the only reason why I'm going to state this is because from what you said, he was the one
Yes,
that
ma'am.
called, do you understand, at the point when he thought he was going to start earning income with him falling. Can you start with 60, and if he gets job, he increase it to the 100 he initially agreed on?
That is if he will stay true to his word. Because
I tend to, because mine is just based on the fact that even at the time when you say you stopped calling him, he was the one that called you. You say, I'll be paying you 100,000 monthly basis. And he just narrated because he expected that he was going to have that Uber.
That was
at
in
his disposal.
September. Until
He said
now, we've not spoken.
He said the Uber didn't, you heard him?
Yeah.
That the
didn't
Uber
work
did
out.
not work out.
It didn't turn out.
So I think he is somebody that appears, I may be wrong, but appears to be eager to even set up the debt. And Temitope, I expect you to make it a priority. Whatever figure you agree on today, if you along the line in a particular month can't even, if you can raise more than that, just pay it off.
Definitely,
You understand?
I want to settle, yes, ma'am.
So
I want to settle it as fast and as fast as possible.
So let me hear your.
If you're saying 60,000, I have no problem with that, except you'll be true with your word.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Buchi, I am. I would make up to the agreed distance. Please, if you allow me to pay at least 60,000 in. If I'm able to do more than that, I will push. But 60,000 is what I know I can push every month. Please.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, all right then. So,
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
Judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 600,000 naira. The defendant is to pay the plaintiff the sum of 600,000 naira by installment of 60,000, minimum of 60,000 naira on monthly basis from month of March 2022 until the total sum is fully paid. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All right.
This your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sakes, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momor and this is the news update. The Central Bank of Nigeria says old 200 Naira, 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira banknotes remain legal tender till December 31, 2023. The Apex Bank's Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Issa Abdul Mumin, disclosed these in a statement on Monday. And this is coming 10 days after the Supreme Court ruled that old Naira notes should coexist with new ones till the end of the year. The highest court of the land had on March 3 ordered that old 200 Naira, 500 naira and 1,000 naira notes remain valid till December 31, 2023. And following the compliance of the Central Bank of Nigeria on the Supreme Court's ruling validating the old naira notes, Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawalle says citizens can now heave a sigh of relief as more cash is expected in circulation. On Monday, the Apex Bank asked money deposit banks to dispense and accept old naira notes until December 31 as stipulated by the Apex Court. And Governor Matawalle, in a swift response, described the CBN's directive as a victory for Nigerians. In a statement by his spokesman, Zailani Bapa, the governor maintained that the suit instituted against the Naira redesign policy by some state governments is for the good of the country's microeconomy and the well-being of the average Nigerian. And the legal team of the Labour Party, headed by Levi Ozorko, has met with officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. The presidential flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said in an interview with correspondents that he was uninterested in challenging the outcome of the election, but in the process leading to the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress as the president-elect. The Court of Appeal had granted leave to Obi to have access to all the sensitive materials used by INEC for the election. On Saturday, however, the Labour Party accused INEC of refusing Obi's lawyers access to the materials despite the court's ruling.
We have not received any electoral document from INEC that will enable us to file petition on behalf of our clients. And as you all know, election petition is time sensitive. We have 21 days to file petition on behalf of our clients. Out of that 21 days, we probably have about 10 days to go. And up till now, we have not received any document. Less than 10 days. We have written to INEC requesting for the documents. Apart from that, the Court of Appeal made an order on the 3rd of March, ordering INEC to release those documents to us, but we haven't received any. Hence, we requested for a meeting with the chairman of INEC, and he graciously granted us that audience within a very short notice. And he has given us assurance, concrete assurance on record, that all documents we require will be made available. And if possible, some of them will be made available to us today. So, and we believe that that will happen. And we are living here, rest assured that, out of this hall, by the time we leave INEC premises, that the documents, at least we leave with some documents. And the rest could then come from tomorrow, next, and so on.
And meanwhile, Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the commission has nothing to hide from the Labour Party. Speaking during a meeting with the legal team of the Labour Party on Monday, the INEC chairman said the commission would make available any documents the party requests. The Labour Party legal team of the party was having a meeting with officials of INEC over the request to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. Yakubu told the legal team that materials at the commission's headquarters will be provided.
I want to assure you that the Commission will not hide any document from anybody and will make any document that you have requested. There are two categories of documents. Those that are in possession of the headquarters of INEC will easily make these documents available to you, specifically the EC8Ds from the states and the ECDA, which is the collation at the National Collation Center by the Commission itself, the EC8E, the declaration, so meaning a total of, I think, 39 documents. This we can easily certify and give you almost immediately. As for other documents that we are asking for, they are scheduled. So we need to work out the schedule so that we know when you are team is going to which state and on which date, so that we can easily facilitate not just certification of documents, but also the inspection.
And the legal team of Labour Party candidate for March 18 governorship election in Lagos State, Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, has said its client remains the party's authentic flag bearer in the state. And Mr. Olagbade Benson, the lead counsel to Rhodes Vivo, told newsmen on Monday in Lagos that 3 court cases instituted against its client's candidacy recently had been struck out. And Benson, who led 2 other lawyers, Uchechukwu Ani and Kemi Afestojaye, in briefing noted that claims by the former Labour Party gubernatorial candidate and chairman in Lagos, Prince Ifagbemi Awamaridi, that he had a substantive case against Rhodes Vivo is false. Benson said that the affidavit being brandished by Awamaridi as the true position of the court that he had been certified as an authentic Labour Party candidate is fake.
The appeal to the Supreme Court is basically for the Supreme Court to review whether or not the Court of Appeal can extend time for Prince Professor Fagbemi Awamari to appeal the decision of the Federal High Court. So it was not about the candidature of Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo. There's, as of today, as I was speaking, you can check the time. Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, by virtue of the judgment of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, remains the substantive candidate of Labour Party in this election coming up on Saturday, the 18th of March 2023.
And the police command in Bauchi State has declared Yakubu Shehu, a member of the House of Representatives, wanted over alleged homicide and case of criminal conspiracy causing grievous hurt, inciting disturbance of public peace, and culpable homicides. Police places a bounty of 1 million naira on anyone that finds him. The lawmaker is representing Bauchi Federal Constituency in the lower chamber of the National Assembly. Ahmed Wakil, the Bauchi police spokesperson, released a special police gazette bulletin declaring him wanted on Tuesday. And a former Economic and Financial Crimes Commission prosecutor in Keruwe Ananare is urging the Federal High Court in Lagos to compel the Akwa Ibom State Governor Udom Emmanuel and the Accountant General for an order to disclose to him in writing how the 13% oil derivation funds from the federal government of Nigeria to Akwa Ibom State and internally generated revenue of Akwa Ibom State and monthly federal allocation to Akwa Ibom State is expended under the leadership of Governor Udom Emmanuel. And an institute marked FHC/23 listed the state governor, the state accountant general, and the accountant general of the federation as first to third defendants. The lawyer, who claimed he is an indigene of Akwa Ibom State, in his 35-paragraph affidavit in support of the motion, alleged that the Emmanuel administration had abandoned several projects in Akwa Ibom State. And I'm moving on to news outside Africa. A vehicle laden with explosives rammed into a guest house hosting government officials in Badera, 450 kilometers, 279 miles west of Mogadishu area. Police Commander Hussein Aden has said this. The explosion destroyed most parts of the building and 5 security guards died in the blast. And at least 5 people were killed and 11 others, including a regional governor, wounded in a suicide attack on Tuesday in southern Somalia, a police commander told AFP. And 11 people, including the governor Ahmed Buli Gared, were injured, and there was no immediate claim of responsibility for the attack, but the Islamist group Al-Shabaab remained a potent force in the troubled Horn of African nation, despite multinational efforts to degrade its leadership. Although forced out of Mogadishu and other main urban centers more than a decade ago, Al-Shabaab remains entrenched in parts of rural, central and southern Somalia. And for news outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky Telegram channel on Tuesday showed damage in the eastern city of Kramatorsk from what he described as a Russian missile strike. The video showed debris outside a damaged building as people walked by. A report confirms the location is Kramatorsk from the building. Zelensky said one person was killed and at least 3 others injured, adding that 6 buildings were damaged. And that's the news. I am Destiny Momo. Thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
When I heard him, we were actually, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once the clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on the, no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is a concave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle, that means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the world has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, your relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative. People have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's a woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they now believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they now started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? It's... I mean, book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Like, getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. It was a gale of commissioning in Lagos State by President Muhammadu Buhari during a two-day working visit to Nigeria's commercial capital city, the Center of Excellence. Themed Lagos Festival of Projects, it saw the president cutting the tape on many projects, including the Imota Rice Mill, Lekki Deep Sea Port, the Blue Line Rail, John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History, etc., etc. The 13 kilometers Blue Line Rail, which is phase 1 of the project, runs from Marina to Mile 2. Buhari also witnessed the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding for the second phase, which will run from Mile 2 to Okukumaiko. The 27 kilometers Blue Line Rail route is one of the 6 metro lines identified in the Lagos State Rail Mass Transit Master Plan as contained in the Lagos State Strategic Transport Master Plan. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features state visits. President Muhammadu Buhari commissions Lekki Deep Sea Ports others in Lagos. 2023, Lagos CDAs endorsed Sanwo-Olu for second term. 2023, Sanwo-Olu promises salary increment for waste managers. These and many more stories when we return. Please stay with us. President Muhammadu Buhari has unveiled the Lekki Deep Sea Port, the largest in Nigeria and the sub-Saharan Africa. The multipurpose deep sea port offers enormous support to the burgeoning commercial operations across Nigeria and the entire West African region.
This is the Lekki Deep Sea Port about to be commissioned by the President Muhammadu Buhari. The seaport occupies approximately 65 kilometers to the east of Lagos City, covering over 19 hectares of land. The seaport is bordered to the south by the Atlantic Ocean.
After a long wait, the president finally touched ground at 4:35 p.m. to the waiting arrays of dignitaries, technocrats, captains of industries, government functionaries, traditional rulers, and a host of others. Straight to the business of the day, the president heads to commission the Lekki Deep Sea Port. But just before President Muhammadu Buhari casts the tape, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, gives a preamble of the project.
The operator for this project is one of the biggest in the world, CMA from France. And so, Mr. President, you can see that it's been a total combination of federal government, Lagos State, and the private sector. And we're happy that this is happening in your time, because it all started within your time and it's been completed within your time as well. We're indeed excited that the size of the vessels that will be coming in here could be up to 4 times the size of vessels that are currently berthed at both Tinkan and Apapa Port. So it's a big, massive infrastructure, and we're indeed excited that in your own time, something fresh has been birthed into this country.
Unlike most project commissioning, President Buhari didn't utter a word while cutting the tape. He moves into the hall where he acknowledged the people. Perhaps his silence is a strong statement. Governor Sanwo-Olu quickly fills in the gap, describing the project as the biggest infrastructure in West Africa, bound to generate thousands of jobs in the country.
It's going to generate thousands and thousands of jobs directly and thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs indirectly in the entire ecosystem. And so this is your project, and we're excited with all of our partners, the Chinese ambassador, the French ambassador, the Singaporeans, and various agencies and regulators have worked tirelessly to bring about the completion of the, and of course, to thank the locals, the citizens and the residents in the Bejuleki for being forward-looking and understanding that this is real investment that has come to their corridor. Your Excellency, we want to thank you again. Thank you, sir.
Earlier, during the delivery of goodwill messages, the MDs of NPA, NIMASA, and the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council described the commissioning as a game changer in the history of maritime space in Nigeria.
Lekki Deep Sea Port represents a dynamic change as far as the maritime domain in our nation is concerned. This is a port that is fully automated. This is the port that is fully digitalized. The implication of all of that is that for once we're going to have a port that will serve not only diligently, not only with quality, but a port that will make sure that business is conducted here seamlessly. And of course, it also means that the cost of doing business at this port will be the lowest ever. That is a promise, that is a commitment. Lekki Deep Sea Port better be careful, better be watching out. The Nigerian Shippers Council is coming because we're going to be monitoring every single way, the efficiency, the quality, and indeed the kinds of services that will be delivered at this port.
It's expected to inject not less than $360 billion and also providing employment of not less than 190,000 Nigerians. So there is no other time than now to expect this. Second issue, from time to time, we do experience abandoned projects. This is the first time we are seeing dedication, political will in discharge of government projects. Because when you count the number of years that this project has been commenced till now, it would be right to say that this project commenced and started and completed by this administration due to the dedication, sincerity of purpose, and the focus of our dear ministry, Federal Ministry of Transportation. On behalf of the governing board of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the entire management staff and staff of the agency, I would like to congratulate the Federal Ministry of Transportation, the investors, the Chinese government, the Nigerian Port Authority, and in particular, I want to thank our headmistress. I know we came here to supervise this particular project with her not less than 3 times to show the commitment of this administration in ensuring the emergence of these ports.
CMA is a group of 600 ships in the world, of which not less than 200 are calling Africa. And we are very proud to be part of this project. We believe that Nigeria is the future not only of Africa, but also the future of the world. With the population of going up, so we strongly believe in the future in your country. Today we have a rather modest market share, only 20%, but our ambition is to grow and to bring bigger volumes, bigger ships in Lekki and into Lagos.
The multi-billion naira project is a collaboration between the federal government and Lagos state government, as well as investors. Still, on day 1 of the visit, President Muhammadu Buhari also commissioned the long-awaited 32 metric tons per hour Lagos rice mill located in Imota, Ikorodu, a suburb of Lagos. President Muhammadu Buhari arrived in Imota around 5:30 p.m. and took a brief tour of the mill in the company of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, amongst other dignitaries. The president unveiled the rice and observed a brief display of how it has been produced and packaged. The Lagos Rice Mill in Imota is a 2 times 16 metric tons per hour mill standing on an area of 8.5 hectares of land. The project has an annual paddy requirement of over 240,000 metric tons. The rice mill is regarded as the largest mill in Africa and the 3rd largest mill in the world.
And that's what we're demonstrating here in Lagos. We don't have the land, we're begging candidates to give us more land, but we're partnering with all of our states that have the land for rice farming.
Speaking at the event, Sanwo-Olu said that Lagos State was ready to support Buhari's rice revolution. According to him, the Lagos Imota rice mill is part of President Muhammadu Buhari's agricultural revolution.
It's what they grow. We're happy that Lagos is a testament for that. With 2.8 million bags of 50 kg rice per annum, Lagos is ready to support the rice revolution and the food revolution in Nigeria. It will create close to 250,000 direct and indirect jobs. We want to thank the local community of Imota, Ikorodu. We want to thank all of you that has waited patiently. Mr. President is indeed excited that you have battered another first in Nigeria and in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
And we thank Governor Sanwo-Olu for executing, implementing and accomplishing these big feats in Ikorodu, the east of Lagos. It's so nice. It's an employment spinner. We hear to be able to employ over 250,000 youths, so which is extremely good. It's what we're looking for. We're also looking for things that will add up to the GDP of Lagos, add to Nigeria at large.
The Immortal Rice Mill is an effort by Lagos State to support the country's rice revolution. It is expected to contribute towards eliminating importation and smuggling of imported parboiled rice as the country arcs towards self-sufficiency in rice production. President Muhammadu Buhari has officially commissioned the first phase of the 13 kilometers Lagos Rail Mass Transit Train, also known as Blue Line Rail in Lagos. The president also commissioned the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History. Day 2 and the final day of the state visit saw President Muhammadu Buhari commissioning yet another 2 iconic projects in Lagos: the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History and the much talked about Blue Line Rail of the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Initiative. The president also witnessed the signing of the commencement of Phase 2 of the project from Mile 2 to Okuko-Maiko. The rail project, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, is to restate the state's government's commitment to bring the entire stretch of the Blue Line to completion.
With your government, we have received tremendous support, especially on the Lagos-Badagry Express Route, which is the main corridor for this rail project. This made it clear, including on constitutional holding of funds, at critical times for Lagos State. But we have moved on, and Lagos is continuing the rising, and we're beginning to see big, bold developments happening under your watch. Thankfully, those dark days are behind us. The completion of this blue line here, the first rail system by a subnational in Africa with a sea crossing. Mr. President, you will cross sea with this rail track. It's a testament that indeed the dark days of oppression are behind us as a government. And what you'll be commissioning today is the first phase between Marina here to Okuko-Maiko, and we will sign, the Phase 2 in another few minutes from now.
The governor pointed out that the benefit of the Blue Line will reduce travel time and improve the quality of life of citizens.
This Phase 1, like Mr. Deputy Governor said, has 5 stations. From here in Marina, it goes to National Theatre, Igombun Station, Alaba Station, Orile Station, and Mile 2 Station. They're expected to cover just less than 15 minutes as compared to a journey time that hitherto will take about an hour and a half to 2 hours. The benefits, Mr. President, are obvious. It will reduce travel time, it will improve the quality of life of our citizens, and it will make Lagos one of the most resilient mega cities, not only in Africa, but it will compete with other mega cities in the world.
The unveiling of the Blue Line Rail was greeted with so much excitement by residents of Lagos. They maintained that the benefits of the rail station are unquantifiable.
It's an historical day that this is happening while I'm alive too, because this is a project that's been on that so many governors have tried to do, they couldn't. But His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu came in and dedicated his time for this project, and he succeeded. It's really amazing, that this is happening now, in his first term. I say it. He's a man of his word, and it shows you that APC government is working. We are really working. So many things that the APC government has promised, they fulfill it. Mr. President has commissioned so many projects for the APC in the recent days.
If you look at our population of over 20 million people, and then the downfall that we are using cannot solve our problem, and it's affecting us economically because transportation drives the economy. So if you're able to get people to their destination, that means it's going to impact positively on the economy of the state, and this is exactly what we have been able to do. And if you now look at it again, that Lagos happens to be the commercial nerve center of Nigeria. So invariably, what we have done today is not only going to affect Lagos, it's going to affect Nigeria in entirety. So I want to really thank the Lord for the governor and for the people of Lagos State. And this is one of the legs, the blue line, and then the red line is coming soon. So you can see Mr. Governor is working, Lamata is working, and I really want to thank the present MD too, taking all the baton and then she's doing a good job. So very soon, this year again, you will see the commissioning of the red line. And of course, we still have other lines too. We have green line, we have orange line, we have purple lines.
This particular project is a special one that has to do with electricity. And for who we are in this part of the world, we take things for granted, levity everything. And she has been doing the sensitization that, we just have to know that it is not business as usual. So, and that's a good thing. And with what we saw on ground today at the commissioning ground, the pride, everything about this excellent job that has been put on ground, you could read it on everybody's face. So, and good thing about this project is that it actually brings succor to the most needed parts of the state. You can see from this place to Mile 2. And when you say Mile 2, it's something that brings, fair.
Chaotic arena.
I say, I want to go to Mile 2. You'll be like, hey, Mile 2, when are you going to get that? But, with this blue rail line, you don't have to bother about that. You just come to Marina, pick your tickets, go. Before you get there. And when the first trip went, I was like, I could have been part. But now I'm part of the second trip that is going now. I'll be able to enjoy that ride. I'll be able to tell people what it is. So it's a good thing. And I'll tell you, that's why I made sure that I'm part of this today, because Ejida Abimbola Kejo is a prize to every one of us. We know the stuff that she's being made of. And this is this is just to confirm what female engineers, what they can do, especially female professionals. And we thank Mr. Governor for this platform that he has given to women. In fact, in his cabinet, you could see that there are many women there, and they'll be doing excellently good.
With what has happened today, we just want to thank Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for giving us, with Nigerian professionals, especially the women, to showcase our competence. You can see that the MD of Lamata, she's a woman. She's an engineer, and you can see what we are doing here in the country. We just want to appreciate him, want to tell him that we love it, and when you empower a woman, you're actually empowering a nation. With this that she has done, she has been a role model now too. A lot of female engineers are there, and Nigerian professionals. That shows that Nigerian professionals, whatever they put their minds to do, they will surely do it. And this is the result of it. Mr. Governor, Mr. Sanwo-Olu, we thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
The iconic Marina Station, said to be the largest train hub in Africa, is 240 meters long, equipped with 2 concourses of 12 tonsils each. It also has a processing capacity of 480 passengers per minute and over 24,000 per hour. There are high hopes that with the commissioning of the first phase of the Blue Line Rail, will bring a great deal of relief to the worsening daily traffic situation experienced by Lagosians. The John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History has been inaugurated by President Muhammadu Buhari. The museum, built by the Lagos State government, is aimed at promoting cultural renaissance. The museum is sited in Unikon, an artistic neighborhood steeped in the rich history of Lagos. The John Randall Center stands out as the first cultural center of its kind in Lagos. The event saw dignitaries from all shades of life, including students, in attendance. Built in 1928, the John Randall Center used to serve as a hub for cultural tourism, recreation, and entertainment. The reconstruction started in 2018. Sanwo-Olu said the center fits into the state's overall objectives in arts, culture, and tourism, as stipulated in the recently launched 20-year Arts and Tourism Master Plan towards making Lagos a tourism destination. Like in other places, President Buhari didn't utter a word. The center has an exhibition gallery which chronicles the history of Yoruba cultural evolution and journey from the race's origins through present day to the future.
Totally surprised and shocked and pleasantly shocked. I mean, I grew up here, I was in King's College, I used to come here to swim, I used to play cricket across the road, tennis next door. So to see this place evolve into such a spectacular museum that is comparable to any museum anywhere in the world. I mean, you go to Paris, you go to London, there are museums there that are well thought out, well curated. This place can stand against any of those museums. And it's not just a museum with pictures and artifacts, it's actually an engaging museum. You can read, you can interact. There are things that will engage with you. I mean, one needs to really come here and spend a lot of time. Bring your children here because it's important. The next generation don't know what happened 20, 30, 40, or even 100 years ago. And walking through here, you get these snapshots of time through history. I mean, I remember some of this time, but when I talk to my kids, they have no idea what I'm talking about. I see some magazines and things that we used to buy. You know, if I show that to them, you know, they're funny, but this is what life used to be like. I saw the old television, the old gramophone. It's just amazing, and I really have to congratulate Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu and of course his predecessors who started the whole process. Today we have the pleasure of bringing Mr. President to come and commission this Yoruba Cultural Heritage Museum right in the center of Lagos, and it's not something that we went to build on some strange land. It's actually where it all happened. You know, this was a place and it has historical importance. So I'm just so happy. I'm so excited. I really want to just spend hours here, you know, and come back.
Uzamat Akimbile Yusuf is the State's Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture. She said apart from this center being a museum, it will stimulate the local economy by bringing tourists from within and outside the country.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has been a fantastic leader. He has been assisting, he has been working from the front. He has been so, concerning this project, he has added so much. Several occasions, we have to travel for international trip to ensure that this place is well equipped. And what you are seeing today is not just an accident, then it is something that is so deliberate. Putting up all these artifacts here, just to speak, to understand what Yoruba is all about. You know, we have the beautiful culture, we are so endowed, and all this thing is going to extinction. And bringing up this building is just to take the people back to the memory lane, who we are and where we need to be. Because when you don't understand your past, it will be difficult to know where you are going as a person. So it's going to be a research center to understand and learn more about the Yoruba culture and history. So it's not just an ordinary museum that we all used to see or we used to know. This is a special one, specially created to see the beauty of the Yoruba culture and Yoruba roots.
It is indeed a center that creates avenue for younger generations to have first in-depth knowledge about the culture that is nearly going into extinction. That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like, when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Following its dissatisfaction with the outcome of the just concluded presidential election, the legal team of the Labour Party arrived today at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja to inspect materials. The meeting with INEC officials, which held at the Commission's national headquarters, is aimed at commencing the process of inspection of electoral materials used for the February 25 presidential election. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the February 25 presidential and National Assembly elections, Peter Obi, has said that he is challenging the process leading to the declaration of the president-elect, Bola Tinubu, of the All Progressives Congress as the winner of the election and not the declaration itself. Obi called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to be transparent and allow itself to be scrutinized by the public, since it is a public institution run by taxpayers' money. Well, joining us to discuss this tonight is Opunabo Inkotaria, a human rights activist. Thank you for joining us, Opunabo.
Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening. Well, some people have said that Obi should not have even taken any step, that Labour Party should have dropped the matter. Where do you stand?
It is myopic reasoning, and I believe that those that are calling for Labour Party to jettison the idea of litigation, principally those that are involved in the rigging and those that are loyal to. I don't want to say president-elect. I find it difficult to so say, until the court declares it as such. I want to say those INEC, those that are in support of the person INEC declared as the winner, purported winner of the last presidential election. So it is within his rights to prosecute, especially when the so-called purported winner is a product of seismic corruption and fraud. I'm talking of, this time around, I'm talking of electoral corruption. Corruption that will be stenciled on the metal sheets of unfolding documents. You know, before we got into this election, my brother, a lot of us had this rekindled hope. We thought the democratic process, the healing of the democratic process is being realized, you know, and the cancer in the process has been expunged. Sadly, what we experience is like a doctor who criminally neglected what he ought to do as a profession, leading to the death of a patient. That is exactly what we experience in the presidential election. If you want me to go further, if you don't have further questions.
I have other questions, if you land. Okay, well, now...
I really want to elucidate.
Yes.
Because I feel pain, really pain.
Okay.
Not necessarily with the outcome, because it ought to be a referendum of the people's expression, free will. But the process is fraught with incongruities, corruption, fraud, and so it is difficult to accept such a process or to accept the outcome of such a process. And so I'm one of those, one of the over 100 million Nigerians calling for thorough investigation. They have to burrow into the beavers and all what is being used to conduct that election. They have to. Okay. So that if at the end, because it's not even the court judgment will placate Nigerians, because this is a glaring, not even the court judgment, especially against the background of Mr. President, who will be leaving the office in an ignominious manner. He promised to bequeath to Nigerians 3 times every election. And that's why Nigerians abroad flew into this country. They had earned money to vote a candidate of their choice. Unfortunately, the president has delivered to Nigerians the worst presidential election, not even compared to that of Morrison. The worst so far. And the same president is saying the election stands. A man that ought to be neutral is saying the election stands. It's a shame.
Okay,
our democracy has raped for it.
Yeah.
With a pregnancy of over 10 babies. The other ones had just 1 or 2. 10. So you can imagine if today your wife is delivered of 10 children, you go berserk.
Yeah, okay, well, INEC has promised that they are going to give the full cooperation to Labour Party to inspect their materials, their machines, and everything that they need to inspect. And the question that everybody is asking is, why did they not consider the cry of the people at the time when the complaint started, when the uploading of the results was done at that time? Is it not too late for this kind of promises that people may not even have confidence in? Do you think there's still hope?
Our hopes have been dashed, dreams shattered, and promise of a better future should be wrecked by a man that is an embodiment of contradiction, a man that no longer has any scintilla of respect. The INEC chairman can never be trusted to realize that it was all a high blood pressure, deceptive rhetoric, and an anemia of concrete performance. That was not played out. That was not manifested on the 25th of February, 2022. That was the day the nation, Nigerians, were lashed into a state of victimhood by political buccaneers. No Nigeria, none, not even the APC, INEC, would trust you. You know, I'll tell you something. This is hypothetical. I'm not calling anybody a thief. If you have a friend that is a thief, and that friend, whenever he comes up, let's say you have a gossip as a friend, whatever happens to another person, he comes to tell you. You, who is his friend, will never want to tell him any secret because you know that he will also go and tell someone. So even the APC members will not want a man like Professor Mahmoud Yakub to, would not even believe a man like Professor Mahmoud Yakub because you can't, look at the beavers. And even up till now, do you know that they've not really come out to give any explanation? Let's take the issues under advisement. First and foremost, you collected over how many billions? You are not denied a kobo, not even a kobo. Even when they came up with this brilliant policy, but with very stupid implementation. When Nigerians were groaning, the cash crunch was hitting hard. Patients were dying in the hospital. Family fathers could no longer run their homes. INEC and Central Bank released money to INEC. The INEC chairman himself made this confirmation. What happened eventually? We saw in Lagos, where, let me start with the issue of a man that was supposed to convey materials. You went and took Tinubu's loyalists, non-loyalists. So you see, there's Soti Limo or Silimo, I don't want to know his name. In Lagos State, the road safety, road transport workers. Yes, to convey sensitive materials until the court stopped it. Nigerians cried and they went to court, the court stopped it. Why will you, knowing too well his relationship with the APC presidential candidate, why will you, knowing too well, go ahead to contract it to convey electoral material? That was where we smelt the rats. Now, let us also go to the beavers. First and foremost, unless the courts, most of us don't really have faith in our courts, especially when you look at the Lawans, the Senate President election, and also Akpabio, even before that. So we don't have faith in the courts anymore. Now, let us go further. You said the beavers. You gave Nigerians all the assurances. Now they are saying glitches, technicalities, all bunker. You gave Nigerians all assurances. There were mock trials of the beavers. Before the mock trials, these same beavers were used in Osho and so on. And on that day, the beavers worked for the National Assembly. You see how rational inexplicable this is. It worked for the National Assembly, reps and Senate. Suddenly had issues with the presidential. How do you explain that? Now, what did the Electoral Act say? The Electoral Act has made it mandatory because you must compare the results with the results in the beavers. Was that done? It was not done. Even when Dina and Co objected, he went ahead and said you can go to court, which means what that means, because they say meaning is not in the message but in the message given. What that is telling Nigerians is that we have bought the court over. It is my right to interpret. Once you say a word, the word once spoken is past the court. It's my right to interpret. So that's why they say you choose the right words from the word basket. All words are in a basket. Choose the right word. Not when you say it, you say, no, this was what I meant. Rubbish. You said they should go to court. Meanwhile, the Electoral Act provides, you have enough provision to extend postpone that election or extend. You refuse. You went ahead. These same INEC guidelines were provided by you. I'm talking of INEC itself, led by the chairman, provided by you. You went against your guidelines. Because now that day, they had not uploaded. And it states that even in your bedroom, you can sit down and know who is winning and who will eventually be the winner. Because you uploaded. They did not. 1 week, almost 2 weeks after, not in the server. Later, they came back to say they are working on the server. Now they've gone to court to tell the court we have a backup because they want to inspect the buildings. Looking for all means to cover up the fraud spearheaded by the INEC chairman. So nobody, no right-thinking member or Nigerian will believe a word from the INEC chairman anymore. None.
I'm just curious.
He has lost his credibility with this lesson.
Let me play the.
Respected him so much. He was respected. He was revered. But he has lost even a shred of that respect from Nigerians. He will see what will happen when he leaves office. He will see how he will be despised and treated like a leper.
Well, we'll wait for the courts. We'll wait for the courts to make pronouncements.
Sorry?
We'll wait for the courts to make some pronouncements. Then we'll know whether he's on the right or on the wrong. But let me just.
The rule of law in this country has been paid, and the administration of justice ground this on fact.
Let me just play the devil's advocate here.
If you want me, I can mention a plethora of things, but for lack of time, that's why it's me trying to shorten. I've written a lot of things, but we don't have faith even in the Supreme Court anymore. We don't have faith in the Supreme Court anymore.
So are you saying we don't have any hope? Because if the Supreme Court is not something that we can rely on, that's the last hope of the common man. What else do we have to do? We'll have to have faith in the Supreme Court, at least some kind of faith. Now that the Labour Party has gone to court.
No. It ought to be the temple of justice. And that's why they are referred to as my Lord.
Where else can we get the justice?
They are like gods on earth. What they say, and that's why when people go against Supreme Court judgment, for example, the Naira confiscation, I don't want to call it Naira swap, because you take my Naira and I can't have access to it, you confiscate it. That's why when they go against the Supreme Court judgment, and I say fine. But to an extent too, that impunity is being led by the president himself. If you ask me, I can tell you from the case of Dasuki, from the case of Nnamdi Kanu, and so on, even up to this Naira, supposed Naira swap issue, where the Supreme Court gave a judgment that they should stay action, pending when they should look into the matter, and the president, holding the court in disdain, came up to say 200 Naira and 500 or whatever he said. That was wrong. That was contempt. But they abuse immunity. And that's why I say, look, immunity, yes, I agree, no problem. But then, there should be a clause to the immunity clause, an addition to the immunity clause. And what is that addition? That anybody who violates the Supreme Court order or judgment should be impeached. It should be an impeachable offense. Because let me tell you the truth, it will lead to anarchy. How do you expect Machina to feel? You're saying we must. There is no must in this world. How do you expect Machina to feel? How do you expect the man who contested against Akpabio to feel? They did not contest in any primary. Even if APC had said there was, first, you cannot contest for two offices.
Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Yeah. Even though our president and the governors have immunity, does the law say they can never be impeached? Because I've seen situations where.
Excuse me. What I'm saying is, for clarity, what I'm saying is this. If, for example, now, let's say like the Naira swap, or fraudulent Naira swap, because what is a swap? I give you this, you give me that. That's what it means. Now I give you, and I don't get. So what's that? Confiscation. So the point I'm trying to make is this. When the Supreme Court gives an order, I'm talking of the truth. What I'm trying to do is preserve the integrity of the Supreme Court. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not talking of the High Court, because you have the High Court, you have the Court of Appeal, you have the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court gives an order, if a president, because it's not part of it, you can impeach. But there are also grounds for impeachment before removal. You know, there are two different things. Yeah. Most times they mix it up. Impeachment is not removal.
Yeah.
Impeachment leads to removal. Yeah, there are two things, two different. So now, what I'm saying, there are grounds already as enshrined in our Constitution. But the point I'm making is, if a court, just like now the court has said until December 31st, the president has not said anything, the central bank has not said anything, and as a result of that, while the money is still a legal tender, because it's coming from the Supreme Court, the enforcement is a problem. That is when the judiciary comes to. And if you use the old tender, nobody collects from you. So it makes no difference. The banks now dispense the old currency. No, the currency, because the Supreme Court has spoken. And the market women refuse to accept. So what do? They are waiting. They say, we want to hear from Mr. President. And the man thinks it's clever by remaining silent so that the CBN policy will continue. That's why he's silent. So the point I'm making is, on such issues rather, should be impeachable offenses. Otherwise, there are other grounds for impeachment, but clearly spelled out in our Constitution. But I'm saying such issues like disobedience of Supreme Court order, and I tell you, most of these presidents and governors who see themselves as demigods and so, we'll think again, we'll think twice.
Okay, right now we are
because
that
would be a ground for the National Assembly to move for impeachment, and you have to call in the chief judges and so, or who will set up a panel and so, and because they want to regain their integrity, they will quickly do so.
Just briefly now.
State levels are just Ministry of Lawmaking. They are not assembly.
Just a moment.
Forget the states. I'm talking about the national now.
Just a moment, so that we don't digress. Whatever we're saying about INEC right now, we should also have it in mind that whatever we're saying, there are lessons that need to be learned. For instance, when you mentioned that MC Oluomo was contracted in Lagos to convey the materials to the various polling units, I understand that nationwide, NURTW was contracted to do that. And in Lagos State, fortunately or unfortunately, it is led by this MC Oluomo. What alternatives did you think INEC should have had at that moment so that when they are planning for the next election, they can do that?
Okay. I'll answer. One will be a rhetorical question, and the other one will be an answer, a direct answer. I gather that the union is divided as a result of the high-handedness of MC Oluomo. I think that's his name, Oluomo.
Oluomo.
This is correct.
MC Oluomo.
MC Oluomo. Why didn't you go for the other faction? That is one. So that is number one. The rhetorical question is, when the courts interdicted him, that stopped him, how did he convey the materials? Why did you think of that? What are you talking about? Onoche, a die-hard member of APC and strong ally supporter of Buhari, when they were to elect appointed into INEC, what did he say? He said no. Should be back. You see, it was Justice Hewitt who said, justice must not only be done, but must be seen to have been manifestly done. If the common man on the street, not just the litigators, that's the lawyers, the common man on the street should also say, yes, in this particular case, justice was done. Not just the litigators and the litigants, but the common man, even the taxi driver. I'm talking of even those at the bottom of the pecking order, will say, yes, in this matter, justice was done. Why did he say that? He said that because when anybody feels aggrieved, when anybody feels injustice has reigned, is on the throne, it could lead to protests. It could lead to anarchy. Those that are leading, the leaders, those who spontaneously react, like the answers, are they all lawyers? You have a few lawyers there. They are not all. but because of the police brutality.
Okay, so that we can just wrap up.
So,
just a moment, so that we can wrap up. Yeah, you know, we've spent a lot of time here without even knowing. The election was postponed from last week and is going to hold this week. Do you think the postponement, briefly as you can, do you think this postponement is a blessing to us or otherwise? The governorship and state house of assembly.
No. For the inspection, I think it will have been postponed for even 2 weeks. Because it is still within the prescribed time. I think that because it takes time for you to investigate the materials used for voting. Now look at the more than 60 lawyers, you said, according to P2B. According to you, P2B has moved in 60 lawyers. PDP will do same. Other parties will do same. They need time. Now, my greatest worry concerning the inspection of materials is that the courts also allowed INEC to reconfigure
the beavers.
They would have waited, the beavers, they would have waited until after the inspection to reconfigure the way. When they said, are you sure that you're not going to tamper with the votes? They said they had a backup, which they never had on the 25th. You see the controversies? Backup server, which they never had on the 25th. What happened to that backup server that you could not upload? They're going to tamper with this computer. They will tamper with it. I'm telling you, they must have tampered with it. Nigeria don't trust Yakubu Mahmoud or whatever. They don't trust in it. That man has brought shame or problem to this country.
Oh, well.
Imagine how many nations visit Nigeria just to inspect with the idea of the innovation of beavers. But they all left disappointed. Disappointed. If you knew that your people, why not stop there and then and postpone the election?
All right. I wish we had more time. We could have gone on and on with this, but this is how much we can take. I'd like to thank you for coming on the show this evening. This matter has not ended. We know that we'll still talk about it, but thank you for being a part of the program today.
But let me quickly say this. Timmy, can I quickly say this?
1 minute.
Can I quickly say this?
1 minute.
Or 30 seconds. Yes. I want Yakubu Mahmoud to realize that election rigging is another form of coup covered up with niceties and complexities. So what happened on the 25th of February was a coup against Nigerians. Let him go home and let his conscience judge him.
Okay, thank you, Opunabo, once again for coming on the program. Well, that was Opunabo Inko-Taria joining us. He's a human rights activist, and he's been talking about the elections and the actions of the LP. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be taking a look at our discussion with the vice presidential candidate of the ADC. Stay with us. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Dumebi Kachiku, has described the victory of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, in last Saturday's election as well-deserved. Mr. Kachiku also alleged that all the four major parties, namely the APC, PDP, LP, and NNPP, committed fraud during the election. Bola Tinubu won the poll with 8,794,726 votes, while Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, came second with 6,984,520 votes. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, third with 6,101,533 votes. The three candidates won 12 states each. Mr. Kachiku polled 81,919 votes in the election. Well, joining us to discuss the ADC stand on the just concluded elections and plans for the coming governorship elections is the vice presidential candidate of the ADC, Ahmed Buhari. Welcome to the program.
Good to be here.
Yeah. I was more comfortable trying to call you Ahmed B. Is that all right?
Yeah, for many people who are not comfortable with President Muhammad Buhari, we'll just shorten my name to Ahmed B. We don't want to call Buhari at all. And I say that it's a name the way you have, although many people don't have Nyamgo, which I find very interesting, and the meaning also makes a lot of sense above the rest. But it's fine to call me Ahmed Buhari. Many people nickname me as Ahmed B. For the purpose of comfort, it doesn't matter.
No, the reason to calling you Ahmed B was not because it sounded Buhari. No, Buhari is a good name, isn't it?
It is.
So Ahmed B has a ring to it, like you're more friendly, you're very close to the people. Right. You have a nickname I can call. I don't know the nickname of President Buhari, for instance.
Baba.
Well, congratulations on your bold outing in the last election.
Yes,
it was
very
really
much.
good. Well, you were inspired by political happenings around the world from what I saw about you, what is happening in France and other countries where young people are thrown up. They are now on the throne, as it were, and you came back to Nigeria here. How would you see the political landscape in Nigeria? Do you think we have reached that point where people who aspire, like you, young people who are coming to the helm of affairs, can have that kind of chance that we are seeing in other countries?
I think it's a process. I think compared to 30 years ago, I can still remember exactly what the political terrain seemed like. You only need to make a declaration and get killed the next day, maybe. Your family could be kidnapped. You could just hear people say they're pulling out of the race because certain threats have been sent to themselves and their families. And so if we are in 2023 now and a lot of people are just all in the race, regardless of all of those kinds of fears, and I think we're actually progressing. With regards to my ambition, I remember it all started in 2016 when I came out of much younger, slimmer, my beards were still softer, and then I said to the whole world that I was going to run for the office of the president. To be honest with you, it was born out of it happened differently, and I was really upset with the way our so-called leaders were running the affairs of the country. And then I had a business going on, and most of the things that we felt the right policies would help us achieve were not being talked about at the helm of affairs. And I said, if the only thing that would achieve would be having healthy conversations that can sort of redirect the narratives around the political elites, then we will do it. We ran for that election. We ran to the end. We did well. I'm happy we did well. And then in 2019, in the build-up of 2023, I got calls from different presidential candidates inviting me to be a running mate. And I said, oh, wow, so we did something in the last election. Eventually, I decided to settle with Dumebi Kachiku. And it's interesting that we came 5th after the big 4.
Okay, that's very interesting. But did you settle with Dumebi Kachiku because of his person or what the party had to offer?
So I listened to all of the candidates that invited me for this conversation to be a running mate, and I sort of warmed up to Dumebi more. I think there was this lot of passion and desire to see something happen differently. From the beginning of the collaboration, all of that was vibing. Unfortunately, we were dealing with a party that also had a different agenda. And so while we were thinking of getting to the polls, the party was thinking of who they were going to eventually deal with. when it comes to deal with, I'm talking about negotiate with and make some money. This is what the party has always done. And that really gave us a huge setback.
That's very interesting. So what are we expecting from from you as a president?
My principal and I did make very, very clear comments about our future, and it's going to be service to humanity, service to the nation, having conversations that would help direct a generation of people who I believe without any without trying to belittle anybody, we have a problem with processing information. And so it depends on who is saying it. We just take it to town without necessarily breaking it down to understand it and know how well to use it, if we should, why we should, and how we should use such information. And I think we are committed to working with the rest of the country to ensure that these things have been addressed.
Necessarily as political office holders or as individuals?
Like I said to everybody, I didn't plan to be in the race in 2023, but in my bed while I slept, I got this calls. And so we will see how it goes.
Okay, so what's your general assessment of the just concluded elections? We just talked about your principal saying that every party rigged it, but maybe we'll just hear your own side of the story.
He also said that this is a lesson to religious leaders who use the pulpit as a space for political discussions. And I think he is spot on all of those things. I think Nigerians have never been divided like we are right now on political matters because we allowed religion and ethnicity play a major role in the decisions that we made through the process. And I think it's extremely wrong. I think, like I said, the generation must be focused on the kind of information that we receive, decipher it properly so that we know the kind of, so that we know the next moves to make. With regards to the rigging, I just sort of randomly stumbled upon a 1979 video when NPN won the election in 1979. It was Shehu Shagari that emerged as the president, and there were 3 other parties who lost, and they came together to announce that they were not going to accept the result, and that they were going to go to court, and it was rigged. It was massive rigging. But I'll tell you something. Every single space you find people where people control, they always rig. The results that came out from the Southeast is something you don't want to look at twice. It's like 97%, yeah? In a space where you have other parties. People said people were chased out of the queues, people were driven away except they went to vote for certain parties. The same thing happened in Lagos because the Lagosians felt this was their space. The area boys came in and tried to, bombard everybody. If you say these things happen in Kano, I'm not gonna argue. We saw young children voting in Kano. Similarly, we saw young children voting in the Southeast. So generally, our election pattern has always been heavily misguided and controlled by, whoever takes hold of the space. I think that what Kachiku was just trying to say was the election was between a formidable APC and a divided PDP. Everybody on the other side used to be part of the PDP. Kwankwaso was part of the PDP. Atiku Abubakar part of the PDP. Peter Obi part of the PDP. When they pulled out, divided themselves, there was no way they could actually have beaten Tinubu. Tinubu might not be liked by certain people in certain age categories and social status, but you go to other places, he's been celebrated. He's loved by a lot of people in the north. He started his campaign by, first of all, clearing out the whole Muslim ticket with Khan and some other top Christian bodies that were against the Muslim ticket, and they never said anything about Muslim ticket again. And then the next stage was, let me campaign from where I'm the weakest. And he started campaigning from northern Nigeria, introduced himself to them, picked some of their strong stakeholders, and before you know it, he was an accepted figure. Before you know it, they not give him the vote. If you look at the vote pattern, in 2019, APC made 15.7 million votes. In 2023, they are making 8.7. They lost 7 million votes. That means a lot of people were not happy with the APC. However, because the divided PDP had gone in separate ways, they were unable to put those numbers that would have given them about 14, 15 million votes to defeat the APC.
Okay, you did well in the last election. You came 5th, like you said. What are we looking at for governorship? What prospects do you think that the ADC has in governorship?
We have a fantastic candidate in Lagos. Funsho Doherty, well-spoken, highly educated, an excellent gentleman. But, you know, I'm in Lagos to support the process, but I haven't quite seen the euphoria around his person. You know, the euphoria is largely around the existing APC governor, the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, and obviously the PDP gubernatorial candidate. They seem to be the top three that everybody seems to be talking about. And when I look at all of them, yeah, I'm thinking in my head, what makes one of them different from the rest, you know, and, you know, try to understand where we're headed. Are they all the same? Are they different? And if you look at it critically, Sanwo-Olu, I've always said it, he's a product of the Lagos Godfather system. Except you are anointed, you cannot become. And so, I mean, that for me is something I want to stop. I love and respect mentorship. When you bring Godfatherism into it, do I have to call you to tell you before I make a decision after you have actually taught me what to do in the years past? So I don't want that to continue in Lagos. The next candidate, who's the Labour Party candidate, who used to be in PDP, lost the primaries in PDP, and he was asked to move to the Labour Party by Bode George, and then he went to the Labour Party at a time when I think they had this chaos between another candidate who said he won the primaries, he's the bona fide guy, and I think the case is still in court, the Supreme Court or so. That's a different matter. But I think what is most important here is, now that he's in the Labour Party, I am seeing a Bode George, who is a chieftain in the PDP, saying, yeah, that's my boy, that's the one I support. And I'm saying to myself, somebody calls Lagosians, or why would we move from one godfather to another godfather? Because everybody knows in Lagos, Tinubu is the godfather of the APC, or the godfather of Lagos, and for the best times I've known, but they just have always also wanted to become the new godfather of Lagos. So it's a tussle, and then all of them have got a puppet there. And then I'm looking at the third guy, the PDP guy, Jando. I remember his biggest scene in the PDP was because he didn't listen to Bode George, who wanted him to make Rhodes Vivo, who lost in the primaries, to become his running mate. And he said, no, I'm not going to choose that as my running mate. I'm going to decide by myself who my running mate is going to be. And that was where they fell out with Bode George. And so Bode George asked the guy to move to Labour, while Jando went ahead to pick Funke Akindele as his running mate. For me, that was brave, that was strong, and I respect that. It means that we probably might, if we're thinking very deeply, get a governor for Lagos State that is not controlled by any bloc or godfather or persons.
So you think someone can stay in the PDP and not be controlled by...
Well, we've seen it, because in the PDP, original PDP structure wanted other people, like the other Doherty in PDP, to become the gubernatorial candidate. And I remember when he was able to, you know, maneuver his way into the PDP and actually clinch the ticket, it made a lot of PDP members really upset that this guy that we do not know, this guy that doesn't seem like a guy we can control, will not be able to allow us, you know, get the way we want to get it. So things like that I respect as a young person, and I'm hoping that Lagosians see beyond the euphoria of maybe Peter Obi, which obviously is what I think Revival is hiding under. The same way Sanwo-Olu is, the euphoria around Sanwo-Olu is that Tinubu picked him and everybody has to follow. I think these things are very pertinent, and I think Lagosians should think deeper. I am from Kontagora, a very small town in Niger State. I lived there for 16 years, yeah? I don't live here anymore, but anything that concerns Lagos concerns me, because this is the first town that made me the man I became. And it's important for me to pay close attention to the happenings here and render my advice where I think it's necessary. And I think very important to note is their running mates as well. You know, I remember when Jado picked Funke again, I felt that was also very brave. Number one, this is a woman, in my opinion, who naturally exists in a space where women have to work 10 times harder than men to succeed. And then we're hearing today that she has the highest grossing movie in Nigeria. I mean, that's somebody I respect. That's somebody that's hardworking. And when you look at her antecedents and where she's coming from, based on family background, You cannot say she's from a wealthy family. She's not from a blue blood. She's from the ground. And then that pushed me to find out more about the Abdulaziz Jando guy. And clearly, this guy used to hawk food for his mom. And, you know, and then recently I saw his WAEC result, and everybody said, he didn't even do well at all in his results. He made some Fs. And then I called him. I said, I called somebody who is in the PDP, and I said, I'm just hearing that your guy did so badly. He said, I spoke to him. He said some of those days he was actually hawking. And sometimes he doesn't even come back home until in the night. There was no electricity for him to even study. That look, most importantly for us to note is, despite all of those challenges,
he could rise.
He could rise. He could rise in the private sector. He's been in the public sector. And I think based on his business, an employer of labor, I just think there are deeper things to be really watching out for.
Okay, there's some things that you've just said that I never knew existed, but, but let's leave that now. This is Lagos. Like you said, you have an interest in Lagos. Lagos made you who you are. But whether you have come to Lagos or not, like they always say, it's the commercial capital of Nigeria. When Lagos sneezes, the nation catches a cold. That's what they say. True. So we need to get it right in Lagos. What are some of the things that you identify in Lagos that need to be addressed? We don't know who is going to be governor, no matter what we say. But there are things that the next governor needs to look at.
We have to decentralize the center. You know, every single activity comes down to Victoria Island, Ikoyi, Lekki. And that is because once you go past Ikeja, so I came into town on Monday and I've been privileged to move into places like Agege, further into Agege, like places like Gatankowa, into Mushin, down deep into Mushin, Mile 12, and what exists behind Mile 12, Apapa, and what exists behind Apapa, everything you see is just color. Once you go past the first two streets inward, you will be shocked at the living condition of the so-called Lagosians that we think are doing all right in comparison with those that live in this other half of the city. And my biggest fear and worry is that as much as they keep coming every day into the city to fend for themselves and get a their daily bread, the worrisome thing is that a day will come when they will explode. Nothing exists there. There are no roads. There are no tap water. I'm talking about Lagos that is saying it's making about over 70 billion naira in revenue every month. You need to see a commensurating level of development on ground. It is not happening. It makes me wonder if indeed part of the resources being generated is being diverted somewhere else. But in all honesty, I think those people living in those areas are the real concern that whoever becomes the next governor should really address. And that is the only way you can get the real progress that you want with regards to the traffic, with regards to proper taxation, to avoid multiple taxation, with regards to so many other things. I think we should decentralize the center. I think there should be more focus in those suburbs and make sure that they have the basic amenities so that they don't influx the city all the time. They don't need to be here. They only come here because they want to survive.
Yeah, but Lagos capital is in Ikeja.
Yes, go past Ikeja and see. I told you, Ikeja stops at Ikeja. Go past Ikeja. I don't know if, I know you don't know the place. Go to Gatankowa and see.
Well, I've seen all those areas. I understand what you're talking about. Some grows and glows of Lagos is what we're looking at. Some things that we can give them a pat on the back and say, okay, you have done well, but you can do better. But the things that they really need to do, let's say security, let's say education, let's say traffic, let's say health and all that, how would you rate them in various sectors?
So again, with regards to education, during the last debate in Lagos, I listened to the three main guys that presented themselves, Funsho Doherty of the ADC, the Labour Party candidate, Rose Vivo, and Abdulaziz Adediran Jando of the PDP. And one thing that was very clear in that debate was when the question of out-of-school children / Agberos was asked, everybody said some things like, we're going to get them out of the street, we're going to get them jobs. And then when the PDP candidate responded, he responded in a way that I didn't expect. He said, I would have conversations with churches and mosques to see how they can use their free hours to accommodate children in those facilities while we start making plans for the long term. So in the short term, we would have children use the church premises for education. I would get teachers employed to teach them while I get the same children in some mosque areas so that they can teach them, and then as that is all going on, we're now building up. And I felt that was really commendable to involve those sort of bodies to be part of this growth for these people. And I think it's a process, and I think it must be progressive. And I think the other thing I said from the beginning with regards to young people's inability to process information has to do with the fact that when I hear something, I want to ask how, and then I'll have to put it side by side with the realities on the ground. Is it possible? I live in the city. Can it be done? How do you get agriculturists off the road? Is it by giving them money or taking them where? You can't just get them off. It's a process. These guys have a lot to do. The same way when the Almajiri system was about to be eradicated in northern Nigeria by former President Goodluck Jonathan, I felt it was a great idea. But these guys were taken off the streets and pushed into some dormitories without even a syllabus. How do you want to run the space? Fantastic idea, but the how was missing. And so after the government went out, nothing could happen in the space. The boys went back to the streets. Unfortunately, a government came in place that didn't even make it an agenda. Sad.
It's sad. It really is sad. But you just struck something about continuity.
Yes.
Because if there had been continuity from that, the next government would have provided at least a syllabus to the people that were dumped somewhere.
To be fair to the APC government, there's been a lot of continuity, especially on the federal level, a lot of continuity from the previous administration. We've seen rail lines completed, we've seen BVN come into fruition, we've seen certain policies and programs that were started by the Jonathan administration and completed by the Buhari's administration. We can see implementation and see it working, which means we have to give that to them. However, for the ones that might not have been able to be controlled, probably they didn't have the framework that anybody could use to help continue them. I think all of those things are also things.
You think that's a good enough excuse?
It is good enough excuse, because if I'm, for example, if I come in and I see that you've started a project and I'm asking for the manual, where's the manual? Where's the program design that you use? I don't have it. I'll just sweep it, because I cannot understand it. I don't know where it started from. I don't know where it is now, and things like that. Politicians can easily give excuses like that, and that is why it is important for us to put everything in proper perspective. And then people keep saying a lot of things with regards to why the country is not working. Is it the right president? Does this one say sensational things and all of that? Well, I think what is very important here is the civil service structure. Everything that the executives and the legislative and the judiciary bring on board, the civil service structure is unable to implement, simply because the corruption starts and ends there in reality. And which is why I keep saying we have to move from a salary incentive system to a welfare incentive system, so that as a civil servant, I know that the day I get into the civil service, I can start paying for my rent to own house. My children can go to school, and I'm going to be charged that through my 35 years in service, or 60 years, whichever comes first. Of course, healthcare, full health cover. Go to the ministries today, you see posters of people, John Shoaibu, Abraham Lincoln. They're all looking for 200,000, 300,000 for medical care. Go back there after 1 month, obituary, they're gone.
Well, okay. Well, now let's go back to politics and youth. We're wrapping up now, so let's just take this, maybe a one-off now, and finish. You've become a model to youths who want to go into politics. You've learned some lessons, and a lot of people after the last election may be discouraged. Whether we like it or not, they'll be discouraged. But from what you have seen, and we're hoping you're going to continue being in the political space, no matter how. We're hoping that. So let's just hear you talk to the youths. What you think they must do to continue to function in that space, in that political space.
Yeah, I think more than anything else, I'm really proud of young people. I've seen them find a voice. They found a voice as a collective. I call us, or call them, I'm older now, I call them.
You're a politician. You're not even up to the age of a youth leader.
I call them the new tribe. I call them the new tribe. I call them the guys that we really need to look out for, which especially with how we can free ourselves from these shackles. But I want us to really stop the hate. When somebody tells you something, don't just discard it. Listen to it. Hear their points out. They might be right. You might have an information that you already have stuck in your brain, and then a new information comes, what you're supposed to do is not to discard the old one, but to marry them together and see which is superior. I want us to be a generation of very smart people, not just follow people. Otherwise, we'll get it wrong.
What a way to wrap it up. We've been talking with the vice presidential candidate of ADC, Ahmed Buhari, and it's been very enlightening and very, very interesting talking with him. We would like to say thank you for coming on the program.
By the way, it's good to be in your studio for the first time after about 5 years of conversation.
Yeah, it's
and it's a beautiful place, bigger than I thought. I thought you were in a corner, but you are in a space.
Ahmed.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start, bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely, and you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can walk, take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there's some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fat when you take beans. At times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fat, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, some of this food. Then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower
cabbage, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? When you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. They'll relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
Desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just starred, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. Rich people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversation, showing on Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momor and this is the news update. The Central Bank of Nigeria says old 200 Naira, 500 Naira, 1,000 Naira banknotes remain legal tender till December 31, 2023. The Apex Bank's Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Issa Abdul Mumin, disclosed these in a statement on Monday. And this is coming 10 days after the Supreme Court ruled that old Naira notes should coexist with new ones till the end of the year. The highest court of the land had on March 3 ordered that old 200 Naira, 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira notes should be used. And following the compliance of the Central Bank of Nigeria on the Supreme Court's ruling validating the old Naira notes, Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawale says citizens can now heave a sigh of relief as more cash is expected in circulation. On Monday, the Apex Bank asked money deposit banks to dispense and accept old Naira notes until December 31, as stipulated by the Apex Court. And Governor Matawale, in a swift response, described the CBN's directive as a victory for Nigerians. In a statement by his spokesman, Zailani Bapa, the governor maintained that the suit instituted against the Naira redesign policy by some state governments is for the good of the country's microeconomy and the well-being of the average Nigerian. I mean, while the legal team of the Labour Party, headed by Livy Ozorko, has met with officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. The presidential flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, had said in an interview with correspondents that he was uninterested in challenging the outcome of the election, but in the process leading to the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress as the president-elect. The Court of Appeal had granted leave to Obi to have access to all the sensitive materials used by INEC for the election. On Saturday, however, the Labour Party accused INEC of refusing Obi's lawyers access to the materials despite the court's ruling.
We have not received any electoral document from INEC that will enable us to file petition on behalf of our clients. And as you all know, election petition is time sensitive. We have 21 days to file petition on behalf of our clients. Out of that 21 days, we probably have about 10 days to go. And up till now, we have not received any documents. Less than 10 days. We have written to INEC requesting for the documents. Apart from that, the Court of Appeal made an order on the 3rd of March, ordering INEC to release those documents to us, but we haven't received any. Hence, we requested for a meeting with the chairman of INEC, and he graciously granted us that audience within a very short notice. And he has given us assurance, concrete assurance on record, that all documents we require will be made available. And if possible, some of them will be made available to us today. So, and we believe that that will happen. And we are living here, rest assured that, out of this hall, by the time we leave our premises, that the documents, at least we leave with some documents. And the rest could then come from tomorrow, next, and so on.
While Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the commission has nothing to hide from the Labour Party. And speaking during a meeting with the legal team of the Labour Party on Monday, the INEC chairman said the commission would make available any document the party requests. The Labour Party legal team of the party was having a meeting with officials of INEC over the request to inspect materials used for the February 25 presidential poll. And Yakubu told the legal team that materials at the Commission's headquarters would be provided.
I want to assure you that the Commission will not hide any document from anybody and will make any document that you have requested. There are two categories of documents. Those that are in possession of the headquarters of INEC will easily make these documents available to you, specifically the EC8Ds from the states and the ECDA, which is the collation at the National Collation Center by the Commission itself, the EC8E, the declaration, so meaning a total of, I think, 39 documents. This we can easily certify and give you almost immediately. As for other documents that we are asking for, they are actually, so we need to work out the schedule so that we know when your team is going to which state and on which date, so that we can easily facilitate not just certification of documents, but also the inspection that you requested for. I want to assure you that.
And still on the legal team of Labour Party, candidate for March 18 governorship election in Lagos State, Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, has said its client remains the party's authentic flag bearer in the state. And Mr. Olagbede Benson, the lead counsel of Rhodes Vival, told newsmen on Monday in Lagos that the 3 court cases instituted against its client's candidacy recently had been struck out. Benson, who led 2 other lawyers, Uchechukwu Ani and Kemi Afesojaye in a briefing noted that claims by the former Labour Party gubernatorial candidate and chairman in Lagos, Prince Ifagbemi Awamaridi, that he had a substantive case against Rhodes Vival is false. Ambense said the affidavit being brandished by Awamaridi as the true position of a court that he had been certified as an authentic Labour Party candidate is fake.
The appeal to the Supreme Court is basically for the Supreme Court to review whether or not the Court of Appeal can extend time for Prince Professor Fagbemi Awamaridi to appeal the decision of the Federal High Court. So it was not about the candidature of Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival. There's, as of today, as I am speaking, you can check the time. Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, by virtue of the judgment of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, remains the substantive candidate of Labour Party in this election coming up on Saturday, the 18th of March 2023.
And a former Economic and Financial Crimes Commission prosecutor in Kerunwen Anana is urging the Federal High Court in Lagos to compel the Akwa Ibom State Governor Udom Emmanuel and the Accountant General for an order to disclose to him in writing how the 13% oil derivation refunds from the federal government of Nigeria to Akwa Ibom State, internally generated revenue of Akwa Ibom State, and monthly federal allocation to Akwa Ibom State is expended under the leadership of Governor Udom Emmanuel. Anana, in a suit marked FHC/423/23, listed the state governor, the state's accountant general, and the accountant general of the federation as first to third defendants. The lawyer, who claimed he is an indigene of Akwa Ibom State, in his 35-paragraph affidavit in support of the motion, alleged that the Emmanuel administration had abandoned several projects in Akwa Ibom State. And I'm moving on to news outside Africa. Tunisia's journalists syndicate protested against a decision to prevent journalists from private and international media outlets from covering the opening session of Parliament, which resumed work Monday, after a 20-month free security services stationed in front of the doors of the Parliament only allowed state-run media representatives into the building, leaving dozens of journalists and photographers waiting outside. Parliament officials did not provide any explanation or reasons for the ban. The journalist syndicate condemned the ban in a statement, describing it as a dangerous precedent that violates rights guaranteed by the Constitution and legislation and the right to know and to access information. The syndicate also said that this ban opens the door to imposing blackout policies. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky Telegram channel on Tuesday showed damage in the eastern city of Kramatorsk from what he described as a Russian missile strike. We'll take a break right now. We apologize for that little break. And continuing with the news, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's Telegram channel on Tuesday showed damage in the eastern city of Kramatorsk from what he described as a Russian missile strike. The video showed debris outside the damaged building as people walked by. And reports confirms the location as Kramatorsk from the building. And Zelensky said one person was killed and at least 3 others were injured, adding that 6 buildings were damaged. And I'm moving on to business news. In the quest for improved revenue generation in the aviation sector, the federal government, through the Ministry of Aviation, Hadi Sirkar, is looking at ways of collecting landing fees from helicopters operating in Nigerian airspace. And as the Minister of Aviation, who was represented by the Director of Human Resources at the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Norris Anozie, inaugurates the latest batch of trained helicopter monitoring officers at the international wing of the Port Harcourt International Airport in the Rivers State capital. In his opening remarks, he reiterates the resolve of the federal government to improve revenue collection of helicopter landing charges. And on entertainment news, Broderick Stephen Harvey, Sr., an American television host, producer, actor, and comedian popularly known as Steve Harvey, has aired his thoughts on how the Western world steals from Africans like Burna Boy. In a viral video, the 66-year-old veteran media mogul and TV host stated that African remains the source of all other blackness in the world. And according to Harvey, there is a lot of misinformation about Africa, and the only way out for other people to the world, especially black Americans, can know better is by visiting the motherland to see things firsthand. And speaking about Nigerian Grammy Award winning act Burna Boy, Harvey clearly stated that the notion that the singer stole from America is wrong, as the case is the total opposite. Harvey must have been addressing the propaganda of Americans claiming they inspired the buzzing Afrobeats, of which Burna Boy is a poster boy, made it known that Africans are the beat, rhythm, and soul, going on to claim that it is Americans that have stolen all these qualities from Africa. And in sports news, President Muhammadu Buhari has extended condolences to the family of Ismaila Mabo, a former coach of the Super Falcons who died in the early hours of Monday morning in his residence in Jos, the capital of Plateau State, after a prolonged illness. In a statement signed by Senior Special Assistant, Media and Publicity to the President, Garba Shehu, Buhari joined the fallen coach family in mourning the loss of their husband and father, popularly known as Ismaila Mabo Nakande, a seasoned football manager, credited to have worked with the managed some of the most talented female footballers in Nigeria's football history. Regarded as the most successful Nigerian coach in women's football, Mabo led the Falcons to the quarterfinals of the 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup, their best ever outing till date. He was also coach of the side of the 2000 and 2004 Olympic Games. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. And you can also view us from Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. And after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. He wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are, the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, do you have the right skills? you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it, and I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. That's it, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, a year, to serve. So on serve time, most of them want to send the federal, on serve the federal, and on serve the states. Instead of the country, me one, síbẹ̀, on that one left. So I'm out quickly and fresh. Most of them want online business, non she. The bad one no jansi, and youth not quite in business and say.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, sir? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made, and probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Roger? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were all the factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come, just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million, well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right, and place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, change in the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shemore joined Magnum